All right, everybody, welcome back to the 2025 USA Powerlifting Collegiate National Championships. We are still on day one, but now we have moved to session three. Session three will be featuring athletes today from the men's raw 60 and 67.5 kilo categories and the women's equipped 65 and 70 categories across the 4 platforms. We have a lot of returning top 10 from last year in these 4 categories and some tight qualifying totals and numbers to watch for final placements. My name is Tia, and I'm happy to be here and be your guiding commentator today, and I'm here with my partner,
Wesley Bontalon.
And we're here to just educate you a little bit on powerlifting and provide some color commentary and play-by-play for these tremendous athletes, as the athletes from across the nation have gathered here together, over 1,100 in number, to compete both for individual glory and team glory. We are starting with squat, as is customary with powerlifting, and you'll see these fabulous athletes come out for their first attempt. Well, unfortunately, on platform 4, we just kind of dropped the bar there, so nice catch from the spotters.
All right. Over on platform 2, we have Zachary McCaffrey opening with 135 keys.
Yes, that's just under that 300-pound mark, so I bet he'll want to go over that on his next lift.
Absolutely. He sank that. And the judges say, easy lift, good lift for Zach McCaffrey. On platform 1, we have Daniel Shin opening with 130 keys for the 60 kilogram collegiate division.
And on platform 3, Austin made that look easy for an opener. Good, strong opener there for him.
Alrighty, in case you guys are wondering, some of these lifters, once they unrack that bar, they may be looking to the side a little bit, waiting for those commands from the judge to make sure that they're completing these lifts to get all those white lights. So, quick rules briefing. In squat, there's only 2 commands, a squat command and a rack command. You'll sometimes hear it over that microphone, someone saying squat, and then once they're standing upright, they'll get that rack command. And Matthias Chu made that look super easy. Oh my goodness.
And so these lifters, as they come up to do their squat commands, and we talked about they have the 2 commands for squat. Should they follow those commands, they could potentially have a successful lift, assuming that they do not get a colored infraction card from more than one judge. Lifters will receive lights. They need 2 out of 3 at least to be whites for it to be good, and if 2 out of 3 or more are red, unfortunately that will be a no lift and it will not count toward their total for the day.
All right, Tanner Jacoby hitting his opener, 137.5 kilos. And judge is saying,
good lift on 3 there.
I guess they're still making sure their lights work up on platform number 1.
On platform number 4, unfortunately, that will be a no lift. You'll notice that she got 2 blue cards. A blue card indicates up and down movement on the squat. The athlete is only allowed to go down and then up, and there should not be a back and forth in between that where they go up and down in the middle of the lift. All right, on platform 3, we have Uriel with 180. Miriam walking out her opener of 155.
And that's a strong number there. That's 336. Or 341, I mean. She made that look easy.
Yeah.
Platform 2, we got Daniel Deep opening with 150 kilos. That's 331 pounds. And you'll notice a clock on the top right, meaning they have 1 minute from when they call platform or bars loaded to unrack that bar and get that squat command. Cutting a little closer with the 20 seconds. He gets that squat command. He's up. That looked butter for him, and judges agree. 3 white lights. Platform number 1, we got Cody up with 137.5 keys.
Yeah, we love to see these series of strong openers from athletes across all 4 platforms. As an athlete, it's always good to just kind of get in that opener and set yourself up for a good day.
Couldn't agree more. Getting on that board is very important.
We have unfortunately had a couple athletes in the earlier sessions today who did not record one of the lifts, meaning that they had 3 attempts at each lift and they failed to have a good attempt, have one of the 3 be a good attempt, and if they do not have all 3 lifts recorded at least 1 attempt at each lift, it's what we call bombing out in powerlifting, which means that they will not have recorded a total and they are not eligible for team points or individual awards.
And you can avoid those by hitting your opener.
Yes, openers are critical in powerlifting.
Here we go on platform 2, opening with 152 keys. Just over double his body weight. I believe that's near 2.5 times his body weight, actually, which is a strong lift.
Alexandria walking out on platform 4 for a big 175. That's 385 pounds.
And are those ladies on platform 4 equipped?
Yes. So platform 4, it does appear that we have our equipped women, and the other platforms right now seem to be our raw lifters. So on platform 4, it looks like we have our equipped 65s, or our equipped 70s in this first flight, and then we're also slated to have our 65s, and I'm guessing they will be in that second flight. So for equipped lifting, they're doing the same movements and they have the same standards as raw lifting, but they will choose to utilize those knee wraps and squat suits, bench shirts that help get them a couple extra kilos, but can also prove to be challenging and require a great amount of technical control.
Jefferson's, I'm sorry.
I know you said you did some equipped lifting. Can you talk about maybe the difference between the two a little bit?
Oh, man. Yeah. So my last meet was equipped in single ply, and between the timing of having to put your wraps on, making sure your toes don't go numb, making sure that your suit is fitting correctly, all prep, maintaining a weight class that you choose to elect to be in, making sure that your shirts fit right, everything. There's so many variables that go into equipped lifting versus raw. I mean, raw, you put on your singlet, you got your knee sleeves. It's minimal in the supportive equipment. However, if you misgroove in a suit, it can prove to be pretty detrimental to your total. And Olivia DeCanter made that look super smooth. Yeah,
and if you were paying attention, you would notice that she actually initially walked it out, received a re-rack command for the judge, was given an instruction, likely that she didn't have her knees locked out fully, and was instructed to try and walk it out again and do it. So that's always a tough thing. It's a little bit scary walking out for your first squat. So on top of that being her first squat at nationals, she had received a re-rack from the judge and had to kind of hurry so that she didn't time out. As you talked about, they have 1 minute to get the start command for each lift. So she did a good job to fight through that re-rack and get that good lift in.
Agreed. On platform 2, we have Eric Ho coming up with 155 keys as his opening for the 60s kilogram division. And you may notice some of these lifters have their pins straight, or their rack with the uprights straight up, and some have them angled in, just to make sure that they don't whack their plates on the side of the rack when they're unracking that bar. Sometimes it can throw you off center, but to minimize that variable, putting them in is always really helpful. And Eric Ho made that look super easy.
And the lifters can elect to have their racks in or racks out simply based on their personal preference. A lot of times, people will more commonly elect to lift with the racks out position, or what could be seen as the normal position, just because that's what you'll find in most gyms across the country. If they don't have combo racks, they're going to be used to squatting in those upright instead of the angled in position.
Exactly, and we are spoiled here at CNATS with these TSS racks where they can go in, out, even one side, as you can see on platform number 4, with Kate Guzman opening with 185 kilos.
Yes, and you did mention that all of our equipment and weights today are from TSS, or Texas Strength Systems. You can see their logo on the front of the squat rack right there, next to that USAPL on that metal placard.
All right, Kevin Eng opening with 157.5 keys. He sank that, brought that up super easy. Judges are going to say...
Kate fought for it on 4, gets a 2-to-1 lift.
That's all you need.
Good lift.
3 white lights for Kevin Eng. Alejandro McCormick opening on platform number 1 with 167.5 keys. Getting himself psyched up there, as you can see.
And on platform 1, Jennifer is going to step up to the platform to lift 205 kilos. And it's worth noting that she is actually our highest qualifier today for that women's 70 kilo equipped category. She's coming in with a qualifying total of 510 kilos, so I'm sure she is looking to beat that today.
I mean, she's almost halfway there, right? The 2 and 5 opener. Oh,
yeah.
My goodness. I'd just like to give a quick shout out too to our squatting and loading crews on all 4 platforms, moving this meet along super fast, keeping everyone safe as well.
And a breezy 205 for Jennifer from Midland. Midland is ahead in that equipped women's team standings right now, currently coming into this session, so we'll see if they can maintain that throughout the weekend. We got Eric on 3 for Penn State with 195 for his opener. Note, he has elected to wear 2 different colors of shoes. That's purely a style choice. They appear to be the same type of shoe, so everything should be balanced for him, but props to him for style points. We'd like to see the lifters express a little bit of individuality. Unfortunately, that lift will be a no lift for him, so he'll have to come out and do it again. It appears that no lift was for red lights, which red lights are given if the lifter does not get low enough depth. They need to get that hip crease beneath the top of the knee.
Platform number 2, we have Brandon Almendarez with a second attempt of 142.5 keys. And getting that bar load for him. On platform 1, Tank Nguyen opening with 187.5 keys, just over that 400-pound mark. Two to 1, that's a good lift. Judge on the right seems to have called him for depth. But all you need is 2 whites out of 3 to get the lift.
It does kind of feel good to get those 3 white lights, though, just so that you don't have any doubt in your mind going out to that next lift.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, mentally, that's a big part of the powerlifting game, is making sure you have the confidence under that bar first and foremost.
And sometimes when lifters will select their next attempts based on their first attempts, they might be willing to make a bigger jump if they got those 3 white lights as opposed to the 2, because they might have to play it a little conservative if they're worried about maybe not getting that depth again, or if that doubt has been instilled in their mind.
I couldn't agree more. All right, we got Zach McCaffrey with a second attempt of 142.5 keys, or kilograms, sorry. Just over that 314-pound mark.
Maggie over on 4, trying to correct that miss on her opener, has elected to stay at the same weight. Athletes can elect to stay at the same weight if they miss, or they can choose to go up. You'll see both. It's probably about half and half, honestly, today, for if they miss their openers, whether they've gone up or not. Looked strong. Still a no lift. Called on depth. I wonder if that's what she was called on for the first one too. She will really have to fight to get that 3rd lift to stay in the meet.
Daniel Shin with a good lift with 308 pounds. Center judge had called him for depth, however, 2 white lights on the side, giving him some confidence going into his 3rd. Matthias Chu with a second attempt of 147.5 kilograms as well.
A call that we've seen a lot today from the judges throughout the different sessions is that blue card on the squat for that up and down motion. So we'll be curious to see if the judging for this session continues that trend or not.
I did notice that while I was working the platform on the last one. But lifters are doing a good job fighting through it, even if that bar is coming back down, which sometimes, even if you miss a 3rd, does give you some momentum going into your next lift.
Yeah, and the lifters definitely would rather complete a lift and have it be bad than just totally miss the lift.
Exactly. Jefferson Wynn looking to correct his opener with 152.5 kilograms with a retake.
And Michaela in that same situation, retaking 150 over on 4.
Jefferson Wynn with the heavy grind. Slow moving on the way up, and judges have given him a yellow card. Yellow cards could mean anything from a foot moving, missing a rack, missing a command, or even something as simple as
failure to complete the lift is
exactly.
the other reason the yellow card would be given. That's usually obvious failure to complete the lift. I'm going to guess that he received that yellow card for commands. It's hard for us because we can't see the judges, so we just know the color and we know it's one of the 3 things. But I didn't seem to see any foot movement, and he clearly completed the lift, so that just leaves it down to that commands.
Agreed.
So just have to be a bit more patient next time maybe for that re-rack.
Oh, speaking of earlier, Alvin Briones missed 140 kilograms. Instead chose to go up with 52.5 kilograms, and he gets 3 white lights for his second attempt.
Yes, and it is risky to go up after missing your opener because, like we said, you need to get one recorded for your total, and sometimes if you miss your opener, that can kind of shake your confidence for that next lift. But if you go up and you make it, you are rewarded with that number.
No risk, no reward, right? Tanner Jacoby with 145 kilograms. Spotters load is getting him back in the rack nice and safe. Judges say 3 white lights. Moved just as fast as his opener.
We have another lifter who failed their first attempt and is reattempting the same weight on platform 3. We have Morgan Shelton from the University of Central Florida coming out to get some revenge on 192.5 kilos.
Dylan Deep with an easy walkout and confident walkout with 157.5 kilograms. He sings that. Amazing, and the judges are going to say 3 white lights and no complaints.
Morgan, very good, sank it to depth, patiently waited for that rack command, and he is rewarded with 3 white lights for that effort. On platform 3, if you're interested, we talk about the rack commands. You can actually see the judge from the positioning of the camera on platform 3, and you can see the judge move their hands down to indicate visually the rack command. Sometimes as a lifter, it can be hard to hear the judges, especially at collegiate nationals, just because the environment and the audience is so loud, because there are so many lifters and so many teams here. So the judge, when they give the commands, they will also do visual signals to help the lifters who maybe can't hear them as well. So they'll move their arm from an up position to a down position to indicate that start on squat, and then they will pull it back to indicate that rack position.
I'm pretty sure I saw someone in the crowd out there with a trumpet.
Yes, there are people in the audience full of noisemakers. I think I saw some bubble ones maybe,
Yep.
which is an interesting tactic.
Lots of cowbells too.
Yes. Rattles, some air horns. And I would expect more and more to show up throughout the weekends. Day 1 is usually kind of the calmest day of collegiate nationals, and it kind of builds throughout the weekend as more and more teams, maybe they didn't have a lifter on day 1, so they didn't get here until day 2, but they stay for the whole weekend. Fight for Kaylee on 4. And she fought through it for a victory with 3 white lights. She knew at the top. She looked proud.
Almost like she was laughing. Stephen Tran with a second attempt of 157.5 kilograms as well.
Sometimes as a powerlifter, you kind of have to laugh at yourself in a competition. Maybe a lift was harder than it should have been, or harder than you expected it to be because it was your opener or your second attempt and it should have been a lightweight and you kind of had to fight through it. But it doesn't matter if the lift moves fast or slow, as long as you get the lift recorded. You are rewarded with the same amount either way. So you'll have to be willing to put that pride aside and continue to fight through a lift even if it gets hard.
Absolutely. And Matthew on platform 3 made his attempt look super easy. I am excited to see what he puts up for his third.
Yeah. And so for those of you watching the live stream, the live scoring is available on LiftingCast. there is a specific meet for USA Powerlifting. There's a meet for each day of these national championships that you can find on that LiftingCast website, and all 4 platforms can be followed from that link. LiftingCast does a good job. It tells you the lifting order of all the lifters and also what they're lining up for their next attempts and their potential subtotals, and it will also calculate out projected placings for you if you're curious about where your favorite lifter may finish the day.
Ethan Werman scrapping through a sticking point with 172.5 kilograms.
200 on platform 3 got called again for depth for Daniel. He had elected to move up from 195 to that 200, so we'll see. Hopefully he'll stay at that 200 and get that 3rd attempt in so that he can record a total today. That's going to be a no lift for Vivian as she gives that head shake at the bottom, letting the spotters know, not today.
Jacob Smith coming up with 162.5 kilograms. His opener was ridiculously fast. We'll see if he can bring that same energy to this next upcoming lift.
You notice a lot of the lifters, when they fail, will kind of shake their heads at the bottom. Part of that is letting the spotters know that they need assistance, and part of that really is just disappointment that they have failed their lift. As a spotter, do you find the head shake helpful, just knowing when to take the bar?
Yes and no. Honestly, the most helpful thing I think is when the chief referee gives us that, hey, take it. But yeah, if a lifter's telling me that they can't get it, it definitely makes us feel better when we do grab the bar, saying we didn't rob them of an opportunity. Because if a spotter touches the bar at any point in the lift, it is an automatic red light, because they don't know if we're helping them or not. So if you can communicate that with us, we are grateful for it. And Alejandro McCormick takes 180 kilograms for his 2nd attempt and smokes it after missing an opener of 160 kilograms. For those of you that don't know, that is a 44-pound difference between attempts. Impressive.
Yeah. We got Braulio and Kate both stepping up to their platforms. Braulio on 3 is going to do 202.5. He has received a start command. Sinks it.
Kevin sinks his 2nd as well on the platform 2.
Makes it look like easy work there, and he's rewarded with 3 white lights. Kate, on her bar, is facing a task of 192.5 in that women's equipped 70 category. She's here with Midland. They're one of those teams that, like we said, just help create that environment here and are super loud. They have a lot of people here, and they definitely have noisemakers that they brought with them. So I'm sure they'll be cheering for her.
They bring a big team every year. She made it look smooth. Hakeem Collins on platform 2 with 165 kilograms. David Hampton with 190 on platform number 1. Hakeem waiting for that squat command. He's down, he's up. David Hampton's down, he's up. 3 white lights for Hakeem.
Impressive work on that squat there for Hakeem, because he also seems to be a taller lifter, and sometimes it can be harder for those taller lifters to just get all the way down to depth on their squats.
And it seems as though our friend on platform 1 got 1 red, but 2 white lights for downward motion. So hopefully we'll see if he can correct that on his 3rd attempt, maybe get 3 white lights and get some good momentum going into bench press. Paul Herrera with 167.5 kilograms, and Tank Nguyen with 192.5 kilograms.
And Jennifer Benavidez in this platform 4 over here has gone to 222.5. That's a 17.5 kilo jump. That's big.
Wow,
and she
look at
makes
the
that
depth.
look like light work. The current American record for the women's equipped 70 for squat is 237.5. I would not be surprised if she makes that jump to try and chip that record.
All right, on platform 1, we're back to the top of the order of the 60 kilogram collegiate division. 140 kilograms for Cody Hune. And 170 for Eric Ho's 2nd attempt.
We are already on to our 3rd attempts on platform 3 with Matthew coming up with a 185. He has elected to add 2.5 from that 182 miss on his 2nd attempt.
Wow, look at the depth on platform 4.
Angeli is fighting, and just can't get it. Understandably, she looks a little bit stressed out and a little bit emotional. She has her back against the wall right now, having missed those first 2 lifts. She's really going to have to regroup and put herself together to come out and fight for that 3rd attempt to get on that board today. And unfortunately, that's a no lift as well on 3. You'll note here at the bottom of our screens, we do have updated team standings for the different categories after the last session. So this is after the results of the first 2 sessions. For the equipped men, we have Midland at 28, and Texas A&M and UTSA both tied at 20. So that's a close race in those top 3 right there. That could be changed by a matter of 1 lifter.
For the raw women, we have Midland at 37, Concordia at 21, and LSU in 18. So very close placings for 2nd and 3rd there.
For the equipped women, Midland already has a little bit of a runaway lead with 50 points. UTSA is at 28 and BMCU is at 26. UTSA and BMCU are really close, and I expect they will continue to stay close. But that Midland lead might not be as big as you think. That might be a 2-lifter difference. And Maggie trying to stay in the meet here, trying to do that 135 for the 3rd time. She goes down and she comes back up really easy. I think that should be a good lift. I think she saved herself. And it was with 3 white lights there. Props to her for being able to come through and save herself.
Jefferson Wynn is looking to protect himself from the same fate. He's missed 152.5 kilograms for the 1st and 2nd attempt, hoping to hit it on his 3rd.
Come on, Jefferson. Needs to fight for this.
Daniel Shin with his 3rd attempt with 150 kilograms. It is a scrap up.
He got it up. I don't know about the depth. No lift,
Just
unfortunately.
no lift.
2-1. That middle judge sometimes gives the lifter a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. They can't see the depth really well, but those sides judges have that perfect angle just to know exactly if they got that hip joint where it needs to be.
And oftentimes, that's why we have 3 referees from 3 different angles. I remember talking to some chief referees saying, really, it is not a depth call from the front, and if it is, that squat was definitely high. Tanner Jacoby with his 3rd attempt of 150 kilograms, and Matthias Chu on platform 2 with 155 kilograms.
Hunter reattempting a 195 from a miss on his 2nd attempt, and Rachel fighting for that 145 3rd lift. I think that should be good. Yes, 3 white lights, so she starts off 3 for 3 on squat for the day, and we'll be looking to make
Tanner Jacoby trying to grind his up.
9.
Oh, man. I will tell you, as a spotter and loader, there's nothing scarier than seeing someone slow down dramatically. However, that's when that crowd energy comes in, your spotter and loader energy comes in, your team's energy comes in, just to help you see if you can get through those sticking points, you know, making those grinds a lot easier.
All right, on platform 3, it looks like we're going to have Eric Kahn from Penn State. His fighting, his back is against the wall. His total for the whole day will come down potentially to this entire lift and whether he can make it or not. He has missed the first 2. He elected to go up after missing his opener, but has stayed for his 3rd.
Let's see it, Eric.
Looks strong.
That was fast.
2-1, good lift. He survives for now. Hopefully he can get that first bench in and not put himself in that same situation again.
On platforms 1 and 2, platform 1, we have Vincent Diaz trying to go up after missing his 2nd attempt, coming for a 3rd attempt with the 157.5 kilograms, and Nick Tang retaking his 2nd attempt after failing his, retaking his 2nd attempt for his 3rd attempt after missing his 2nd. Nick gets it up.
Definitely low enough for Nick.
Absolutely.
Good lift.
Judges agree.
We have Uriel and Miriam on platforms 3 and 4. Fight. He gets that up. I expect that would be a good lift. It seemed clean. 2-1 than it is for Uriel.
And Vincent did miss his third.
Yes, so he bags that 100 kilogram squat, which is a mighty impressive number. Miriam, unfortunately, was a no lift. A blue card for that up and down motion.
Wow, am I reading this correctly? Braden Dong going up 10 kilos after missing his opener and sinking the lift. That is amazing. 202.5 on his third.
And that was a strong lift right there as well. Good for him for missing his opener, but coming back and making both of the next two. That can be a really scary situation to be in, but he navigated it excellently. Sometimes at an event like Nationals, athletes might tend to miss their openers more than at other events, just simply because it is a big stage and there is a lot of pressure and there are a lot of nerves. And because Collegiate Nationals is also a team event, you have that extra pressure of not just performing for yourself, but also performing for your teammates that train with you every day and are also likely some of your best friends.
You don't want to let them down. And that can play a big mental stress.
Nicholas proud of himself on 3. Good job.
Stephen Tran coming to, Ethan Werman returning to the platform to take 177.5 kilograms, and Daniel Deep going up to 165 kilograms on platform 2.
Alexandria coming out on 3 to that racks in position with that 190.
Do you remember what she missed the 185 kilogram attempt for?
She missed the 185 on depth for 2-1.
Okay. Oftentimes, especially in equip lifting, if you miss on a depth call, especially for squat, sometimes people do make the solution adding more weight to the bar to help you find that groove to really sink it in your suit. But that can be risky because if you don't have the pop on the way out. However, it looks like she's almost there.
Unfortunately, couldn't quite get out of that sticking point right out of the hole and will not get that left. But she did get her opener, so her opener will count for her total for the day.
Always good news when you total. Tian Pham coming up to the platform with 187.5 kilograms, and Liam Burke coming up next on platform 2. And just like our friend that had 2 different colored shoes, our friend here has 2 different colored socks. Tian Pham sinks that. Slow but smooth, and smooth is fast. Our judges are going to say 3 white lights. We love to see it. He's happy about
lift
it.
On platform 1, yeah.
Good save by our spotters and loaders on platform 2.
Vivian, no, shakes the head. Just can't get that 190 today. It's a task too far. But she did have that 185 opener, which is really close to that 190, so not missing out too much on that total there by missing that lift.
David Hampton's looking happy as he's nailed his first and second attempt for squat, coming into a third of 195 kilograms.
So in this session, there are 2 flights of lifters. So as you see, these platforms are on, all 3 platforms are on their 3rd attempt. And immediately following the 3rd attempt, they will move to the 1st attempt of the 2nd flight of lifters. And then those lifters will each receive 3 attempts as well. Oftentimes, the 2nd flight will have our higher seeded athletes in it, so that the final people pulling will be contending for those national titles and those medals. Of course, these athletes from these earlier flights are also very capable of medaling and oftentimes maybe just missed out on being in that second flight by total. But the qualifying totals for many of these athletes were set months ago, so they've had miles of improvement to add kilos onto that total.
Speaking of trying to increase that total as much as you can to place a top spot at Collegiate Nationals, there are only a couple times where you can change your attempt to make that higher to possibly beat your opponent. You can change your openers up to 2 minutes before your flight starts. And for deadlifts, you are allowed 1 attempt change at the very end, should you want to beat another lifter.
Yes, and that attempt change at the end for that third deadlift all comes down to that strategy. So a lot of times lifters will kind of focus on their own lifts for squat and bench, and then look at the subtotal going into the deadlifts to see what they might need to do to pull past somebody. So lifters right now are likely making their attempt choices just based on what they feel they can lift or what they should lift. And as you may note, a lot of these third attempts, you're seeing a lot more red lights on some of these third attempts. This is because as the athletes are doing their third attempt squats, it's at a PR or near a PR for them, so it is tough weight.
Keem made that look easy on platform 2, and Walton went with his opener at 155 kilograms.
And our second to last lifter on platform 4 for this flight is Angeli, and she has her back against the wall. She is going to need to come out here and attack this. You see the spotters out there cheering her on, trying to hype her up, and let's see if she can fight through this. This 227 is a massive squat, so we know she can do it because she was supposed to open with it.
501 pounds. That's a big number for anyone. Come on, Angeli.
She goes down. And she fights. And she just gets stuck at that same spot she did last time, unfortunately. You can see she walks away kind of emotional, visibly disappointed, and that is all right. These lifters have every right to be disappointed because they work all year to come to Collegiate Nationals. They train every day to be here, but the good thing for her is that she can always come back on bench and try and hit some good benches so that she can still hit some impressive numbers on the day, and she will also probably be looking to come back next year and come back with a vengeance.
Absolutely. Not to mention, a lot of these lifters have a lot of external stresses. Not a lot of these teams are from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
A lot of these teams travel far and wide. I believe University of Alabama, Birmingham is about an 8-hour drive. You may notice some of these schools from like Las Vegas, California. These are long flights, and that travel is an added stressor that comes to meet day that is a variable that needs to be accounted for.
And on top of just also traveling to these meets, this is the Collegiate National Championship. All of these athletes competing here are full-time college students that remain good standing with their university, so they're all academically intelligent and academic weapons as well as physical weapons in the gym, lifting all this weight.
Aiden Lamb opening with 160 kilograms on platform number 1. And Eric Ho is looking to just break that 400-pound barrier with 402 pounds, 182.5 kilograms on platform 2.
Yes, and it looks like he is our last lifter for the flight for platform 2, and all the other 3 platforms have moved on to their second flight and are all on their openers. Platform 2 should follow shortly.
And I'll tell you, as a lifter, when you're the last one in your flight, it's a pretty good feeling.
And platform 2, I do believe, has all of those top men's Ross 60 athletes in that second platform. So I expect that will be a good competitive platform right there in that second flight as we move towards final placing. And like we said, the athletes from that first flight are equally as capable of placing and likely are good dark horse contenders.
Absolutely. Joseph Malik opening with 165 kilograms on platform number 1. And it seems to be we are openers for platform 3.
We got Nick on platform 3 opening with 182.5 kilograms. That is, once again, over that 400-pound mark. He lifts for Auburn University.
This is Fernandez on platform 2, makes that look easy. The bar almost came off his back there.
That was a clean lift for Nick. He got a red light from the side judge for depth, but I don't agree with that. I think that was clearly low enough, but it doesn't matter anyways since he got the 2 white lights and the lift is good.
EJ opening up with 145 kilograms on platform 2, giving everyone that good luck fist bump before that opening attempt.
And platform 4, you saw in that opening attempt, I do believe Faith just timed out for her opener because she never came out. So they are moving on to Madison with 152.5 for her lift.
And that's not uncommon in equipped lifting. Sometimes if your warm-ups are not going the way you need them to go, timing out an opener is not the worst strategy so that you can feel more prepared when you come to the platform for your second.
And with equipped lifting too, the lifters do require a lot of assistance to get into their knee wraps just perfectly and their squat suits. So maybe if the warm-ups didn't go as smoothly as they hoped, they may have been running a bit behind in terms of putting those on. And if the knee wraps didn't go on properly, they don't want to send them out to lift that weight.
Exactly. With that much pressure on your joints, it is a bit detrimental if that is slightly misgrooved.
Fight of an opener for Madison.
She looks happy though.
And she's happy because she gets 3 white lights.
Reagan Burns opening with 152.5 kilograms. That is that 336 pounds. Could she make that move faster?
I don't know. I do know that she competed at Collegiate Nationals last year, so this is at least her second Collegiate Nationals. So good on her for coming to Nationals not just once, but more than once, and putting up some solid numbers, just like that easy opener for her.
Now, for those of our fans at home that don't know the difference between your squat suits and singlets, a squat suit is a piece of canvasy material that is 1 layer thick versus a spandexy material for your singlet. Now, you may notice some of these lifters have what's called a super centurion, or our last lifter, she had a superior squat suit. That is in terms of how thick the material is. Ideally, it's all 1 layer of material. However, some material does have a stronger integrity than others, or a different stitching pattern as well, that is more advantageous to a lifter. Our lifter here, Danielle McIntyre, is using a Super Centurion, and it's a lot more rigid than the superior squat suit that our friend had before. Has a lot more give, or a lot less give, and a lot more support. Amazing, 2-to-1.
So sometimes because of the tightness of those equipped suits, it can be harder for those equipped lifters to get down to depth, as they almost kind of have to push against those suits a little bit, but they come out of the bottom a little bit easier as a result too. So it's definitely a trade-off.
Absolutely. If you have the skill to use it, go for it. Back on platform 2, Ray Cedino with his opener of 165 kilograms, and Dylan Tran makes his opener of 175 kilograms look really easy. Judges agree. I thought these lifters were supposed to leave warm-ups in the warm-up room.
Yeah.
Oh, man. We've seen a lot of fast openers today.
Hopefully we'll see some of these really fast openers make a little bit of a bigger jump for that second attempt so that they can challenge themselves a little bit more.
Absolutely. You did mention earlier that hitting those attempts and getting that speed and getting that smoothness does give you that momentum into your next lift.
Yes, and for sure just that confidence with the smoothness of an opener can go up.
Janelle Valdez with a scrap for 165 kilograms.
And 3 red lights, unfortunately, all receiving the blue card for up and down. Saw Sky squat there. It looks like he was like a little bit off balance maybe when he was squatting. He still got the lift 2-to-1. I think maybe his hands were in different spots on the bar, so he came down a little crooked, but he managed it well.
And I will say that's not uncommon with lighter weight class lifters. Those that can get their hands more inside and closer to their shoulders, they're not really lining their hands up on the rings or any of those basic barbell markers. So centering yourself on the bar is a little bit more difficult, I would say.
Yeah, it looked like when he was squatting, he had one hand that was near the area, no knurling, and one hand that was closer to that ring marker.
And you guys will see the difference in that kind of balance throughout the weekend as we see increases in weight classes and whatnot. Wow, Ari made that look super fast.
As we talked about the increasing in the weight classes, you'll notice trends as lifters go across the different weight classes, where oftentimes lifters from a higher weight class maybe will squat with a little bit of a wider stance and a wider grip, maybe opting for that racks in position. Or lifters from lower classes, a lot of them will stand with a closer stance and a closer grip just for increased stability under that bar. But like anybody from any weight class is free to use any style, so it is entirely up to that preference of that lifter and what works for them and their...
Absolutely. I mean, if it works for your body type and it works for your leverages, it works for your leverages.
Yeah.
It's a common saying when you're working with athletes that you should lift like you and not like somebody else, because everyone's slightly different.
So you see Gabriel over on platform 1 definitely elected to use more of that low bar position, which is a little bit more strenuous on the lifter, but can sometimes allow them to add additional kilos to that squat.
And Glentarius Brown opting with a closer stance in a low bar position without pitching him forward. All those differences in body type within the same weight class.
That low bar position can put a lot of stress on the lifter's wrists and elbow. So most lifters that you'll see lift in a low bar position on squat will also elect to wear those wrist wraps, which are optional but allowed in both equipped and raw lifting. And really what those wrist wraps do is they just stabilize that wrist and help take a little bit of the pressure off of that joint right there. Every single one of these lifters wearing wrist wraps for their squat could do their squat without those wrist wraps, but it's the health and safety reasons that they are allowed.
Personally, I like to use wrist wraps, and I don't even put my bar in the lowest position.
And sometimes the wrist wraps can also be a little bit of a mental thing. Like if you wear wrist wraps and you have a wide grip on a high bar squat, sometimes putting that wrist wrap on can just kind of help you feel like you're ready for battle a little bit. It can give you something else to think about just before you go up there, as having something to do, including just Velcroing on that wrist wrap.
Exactly.
And all of the wrist wraps are secured via Velcro. They won't be buckles or anything on the lifter's wrists.
Nico Pinella opening with 205 kilograms, 452 pounds.
So you see we talked about how the wrist wraps were optional. You'll note that Lachlan on platform 2, who just got a good lift 2-to-1, chose not to use the wrist wraps. He is followed by Wyatt with 180 from Concordia.
Austin Coleman made his look easy, and so did Nico Pinello. 3 white lights for both lifters.
I expect this to be a strong start from Wyatt.
That technique is amazing.
It's one of the easiest looking squats I've ever seen him do. He likes to make things look a little bit difficult sometimes, but that was an opener, so it's good to see him nail that in there and get that good lift 2-to-1.
Walton Wynn coming back with the second attempt at 155 kilograms after missing his opener.
And you'll note on platform 2, Wyatt is being followed by teammate from Concordia as well, Dax Davis. This is Dax's 3rd collegiate nationals. He is qualified to the last 3.
Walton Wynn gets that second attempt.
Solid for Dax.
He made that look so easy.
Slow but smooth. 3 white lights, and Concordia has itself a pair of 180 squat openers as successful lifts.
Speaking of missing openers and going up, Alec Chang electing to go 162.5 kilograms for his second attempt after missing 157.5.
And over on 3 and 4, we have Michael and Daniela with 187 and 182.
Ooh, he made that look easy. He sank that one too. Judges are going to agree. Looks like he got a red light for some downward motion. Now, you may be wondering, isn't it quite obvious if a bar goes up and down and, you know, in the sport. However, it is not. Sometimes one judge will give you a blue light because they see their side of the bar dip up and down, but the other end of the bar does not do the same.
Yeah, oftentimes only those side judges are only looking at their half of the bar. So if your half keeps going up, which often is the case on squat especially, and on bench as well, is that sometimes maybe that one arm will lag behind, but the other arm is just fine. So the center judge will be looking at the bar in general, and the side judges will just be looking at their specific side.
Chase Chapa from Midland opening with 195 kilograms, and Justin Gonzalez on his second attempt of 167.5 kilograms on platform 1. And you may see some lifters like to make consistent jumps, as you can see here, going 10 kilograms for Justin Gonzalez.
And sometimes you will also notice that with teams as well. Sometimes a certain coach for a certain team might really like 5 or 10 kilo jumps for different, like maybe he likes 10 kilo jumps for squat and deadlift and 5 kilos for bench, and he has everybody on his team make those jumps.
Coming in consistent and coming in with a plan is very important, especially at team events.
Yes.
Powerlifting is no different, even though you're an individual under the bar.
Powerlifting is kind of like tennis in a way, where you're competing your match or your lift individually, but that score in the end counts for your team total.
Philip Lay from UAB with a second attempt of 190 kilograms.
Easy work for him.
That was straight butter. Judges agree. And Sebastian Garza looks like he gets his opener, 207.5 kilograms, and he's happy about that. Jose Orpi also coming up after missing his opener.
Moving to flight 2 moving to lift 2 of flight 2 on platform 2. Hopefully Jose can get this 172.5 after moving up after that opener you said like he missed.
Come on, Jose. Two to 1, and it looks like he got called for downward motion on his left and downward motion and depth on his right.
Geraldine just had a nice squat on platform 4. She went down really fast, especially for being an equipped lifter. I know they like to go down a little bit slower and just maintain that control, but she had full power over that bar today.
Don't get me in trouble.
Sean has elected to stay at that same 192.5 after missing his opener. If you missed your opener, do you think you'd stay at the same thing?
As a rule, with the team that I train with and the crew that I train with, we never go up if we miss an opener or an attempt, period. But that is a total preference on the lifter or the coach, you know. And personally, I don't like to go up if I miss a lift, especially if it's something technical.
Yeah. That's a big thing with our team too. It's kind of a general team rule, is that if you miss your opener, you have to repeat it. Every once in a while, if you miss a second lift, you might be allowed to go up for that third lift just because you already do have that opener in the book. But you would not be able to go up for a third lift if you had missed your first 2, for example.
Juan kept his second after missing his opener. And judges are going to say 2 to 1, no lift. Missing for depth from the front and downward motion from the side. And that's the thing too, I think, is like, if you miss a second, it's different. Because like you said, you have the opener in the book, you're not going to bomb out. But if you miss a second, and you miss a second not because you had to get caught, but you miss a second because it simply just, it maybe was a little too high or something like that, but you still finished the lift on your own accord, that would be a call to possibly go up for a second.
For sure. If you had that first squat and you missed your second on something like, oh, maybe you missed the command or maybe it was just a little bit too high, you could go up. I would only, however, go up for that third one if you missed your second one, if that second attempt that you just missed on the technicality was super light.
Agreed.
If it moved super fast. If you both struggled and missed it on a technicality, I would elect to stay at that same and just try and make the next attempt better. However, it is up to individual lifters and coaches, and sometimes they might make a lift look hard that really should have been easy for them, and it was just a little bit of a misgroove. Maybe they got off balance or set up improperly as compared to how they normally do, and just kind of got off routine and needed to go up a little bit to get some more adrenaline to complete that lift.
Exactly.
catch from the spotters on platform 4. Faith kind of fell forward a little bit on that attempt there. She just got a little bit off balance, unfortunately. Jonathan taking that 7.5 to 207.5 from 200 that he had for his first attempt.
Adam Brockman, Gabriel Rangel and Ray Cedino coming up on platforms 1 and 2. Gabriel looking to break that 400-pound barrier with 182.5 kilograms, and Ray Cedino coming out with a second attempt of 172.5 kilograms. And it's important to note, as we did talk about the rack earlier, that you can put one side in if you choose to step with 1 foot back, a certain 1 foot back, to, you know, to not hit the rack that you put that rack in. Doesn't make the bar uneven or unbalanced in any way.
I might think that it might make the bar uneven if one was in and one was out, just by a little bit, by a half an inch, just because of that angle. That's like a triangle Pythagorean theorem type thing. If that one side is longer, your hypotenuse is going to also be different.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
I don't think it makes a significant difference. But see there, you see that he was definitely off-centered in his squat, probably as a result of that rack position with that one side being lower.
Dylan Tran coming up with his second attempt, 185 kilograms, 408 pounds. But I do agree with you. All kinds of little variables, especially when you're working towards max effort weights, can make a difference in your lift.
Brandon, big fight, but unfortunately no. He really got stuck at the bottom there, unfortunately, receiving those 3 yellow lights for that failure to complete the lift.
And good save from spotters and loaders on platform number 1. He Kui missing his opener and jumping up from 170 kilograms to 187.5 kilograms.
That is a big jump after missing your opener.
My friends, that is a whole plate in a commercial gym. Almost, right? Just shy of that.
17.5 kilos is...
20 is 44.
Yeah.
Joseph made his second attempt look easy.
Let's
Still
see
waiting on the center judge.
On platform 1 if that 17-kilo jump is going to pay off. And yeah.
Still smooth.
That looked good. Should have been good. And it is. 3 white lights. Risk and reward.
I don't know.
Told my coach the other day, I said, you can't win it all if you don't risk it all.
That's a good point. But man, 37 pounds is a big jump, even if you did make an attempt, especially on squat. Like I said, working towards those maximum weights, it's any variable can make any difference. Faith Jordan looking to repeat her opener for her second attempt on platform number 4. Andrew Muchina coming out with 187.5 kilograms, and Ramses Ramirez has just broken that 400-pound barrier with 182.5 kilograms.
And Faith is really going to want this lift here on platform 4 so that she doesn't put herself with the back against the wall going into that third squat. She wants to get this, record it as her first lift of the day, and then try something a little bit heavier to add a couple extra kilos. She does not want to miss this lift. Of course, no lifters want to miss any of their lifts, but there's a certain sense of urgency, perhaps, when you have missed your opener. Tyler on 1, it appears, also has missed his opener and has elected to go up to 187.5. We'll see if that pays off for him today.
Sean Murray made his look easy. Have an exchange of words with the spotters, possibly for a little bit of help. Landon Longoria making the fight for 225 kilograms. Good lift. Missing depth from the front, but not the sides.
And you may notice on platform 4, that extended clock, I believe that is because they are having Faith redo her initial lift. You can see on LiftingCast that she does have that asterisk, so the reason for that is if she was in the middle of that flight and she's going again at the end, they will give her that extended clock because usually they would not take time in between attempts for the same flight. Big 232.5 is loaded on platform 3. Hassan must have gotten a solid opener, felt good. Take that 15-kilo jump.
Nico Pinello approaching the 500-pound mark as well with 220 kilograms. This is just shy of that. Also a 15-kilogram jump.
Yeah, and in session 1 and session 2 today, we did see a lot of 5, 7.5s, but that's just because those session 1 and session 2 athletes were those super lightweight athletes. These are still lightweight athletes, but they're a little bit less, so they're maybe not super lightweight athletes, but lightweight athletes. And then tomorrow, across all of our sessions, we will have some of those middleweight athletes. And then at the end of Saturday and Sunday, we will have those heavyweight athletes.
Faith Jordan getting in the bar with 147.5 kilograms. And we'll welcome Wyatt Hoysick from Concordia after smoking his opener of 180 kilograms, going up 10 kilos to 190 kilograms. That descent was fast.
Good.
Easy grind up.
That was a clear lift for Wyatt. He got 3
Amazing
white lights
work.
that time. He did only get the 2 white lights last time. The one side judge called him on depth, but they all agreed this time. And we're happy for him.
Hard to get called for depth when you sink it to the floor.
Yeah. Solid. He said, I will not be getting any red lights on lift 2.
And Daxa Davis, also from Concordia, coming up to take the same weight.
Yeah, teammates back to back. A little bit of friendly competition going on between these two.
Just to be mean, if I was Dax, I would have gone 192.5.
Good choice to go with that 190.
Solid.
Successful lift there.
Amazing. Platform 1, we have Alec Chang with his final attempt of 170 kilograms. One of our friends here who missed his opener, however, chose to increase that for the second attempt.
And Dax was awarded with 3 white lights for that 190. So we'll see what he jumps to for his third.
And Gabe Arroyo, welcome to the platform for platform 2. Alex Chang with a fast lockout. 3 white lights, and he's happy about that. Can't complain when you get all whites. Madison Anton with a scrap on platform 4.
Looks like on platform 1, we are going to have Jose come up. Jose has missed his first 2 squats. He had elected to go up. He stayed for his third. So let's see if he can get this third squat in. We have a couple lifters in that similar position right now, having missed their first and second squats, and that really need this lift to record a total.
Suspense is killing me. Come on, Jose. And he did miss on depth and downward motion earlier. Does say 2 to 1. He is still in the meet.
Good.
And he did
That
seem to
one
miss
red
that
light
on the
was
side.
for depth, but the 2 judges agreed that it was good, so it's a good lift.
Chase Chapa from Midland on with platform 2 with 205 kilograms for his second attempt.
And Janelle on 4, similar position to some of the other lifters. Mr. Opener has taken the safe route and chosen to stay at that 165, which I think is smart when you miss your opener to stay.
And Esteban making a small jump for his second to third attempt.
Really pushing against that squat suit to get low enough. The
Amazing
up was
work.
super easy. And she is rewarded with 3 white lights. Good lift. Bailey, same weight, same situation. Also missed a 165 and is re-attempting.
If I'm not mistaken, she chose to time out for her opener, correct?
I do believe that that was Faith that timed out for her opener
Okay.
as our first athlete of that flight.
Okay. Sebastian Garza, also from Midland, with a second attempt of 215 kilograms. Aiden Lam with a final attempt of 180 kilograms. talking about those consistent jumps, opening with 160, second attempt 170, third attempt 180. No surprises, very consistent, body can recognize it. Good save by our spotters and loaders on platform number 2. And smooth work from Aiden Lomp. Fast out from under that bar, 3 white lights, no complaints. Bailey O'Sullivan.
No, and that bar goes down, and then the spotters take it off the lifter, so she's going to have to battle for that third attempt. It's always hard, not just when you're not getting the depth call, but when you actually miss the lift, it might be even worse, because then it goes, oh no, can I even do this today? Yet alone can I do it to the required technical execution needed for a good lift.
Exactly. A lot of these strength sports, it's a lot of mental game.
We have Juan on platform 2. Can he get a lift recorded?
Juan. And Ian on platform 1
gets
his third to stay in the meet.
3 white lights to stay in the meet. Way to lift under pressure there, Juan.
Both lifters, yeah.
Sydney missed her opener, staying at that same weight at 170. Utilizing that racks in position.
Gabriel looking to go up 2.5 kilograms after missing his second attempt.
2-1, good for Jackson. He goes 3 for 3 on squat, and he's happy with that, as most lifters would be. Going 3 for 3 on squat is the perfect way to start your day, and it really just gives you some good momentum going into that bench press and some confidence. It also might instill a little bit of fear into your opponents if they're having a rough day. Maybe they're supposed to blow you out of the water and they got their opener, but you equaled their opener by hitting your third lift. So now you're tied going into the bench press, and all of a sudden there's extra pressure on an athlete that was maybe supposed to excel.
Exactly, and that's why it's called the competition. We love to see it. Have you ever had a moment in a meet where that has happened to you?
I have, yes. I don't know that I was supposed to blow them out of the water, but I definitely should have been in the lead after squat, and I missed 2 squat calls on depth. Thankfully not my first and second, it was my first and third, so I got that middle lift in there, so I didn't quite have that stress of going out there for your third lift and having to hit that after missing the first 2, but that was earlier this year, actually a meet in Lincoln that we did.
Wow.
And I probably should have been ahead after that, but I had to make up some ground going into that bench in the deadlift, and it was stressful.
Joseph
and it happens, and you don't want it to happen at nationals, but it's almost maybe not so bad to happen at a local meet, because it just kind of gives you practice fighting through those situations where you might be facing adversity.
Mm-hmm. And as a lifter, if you have a good handler and a good team around you that kind of keep that mental strain off of you, you know, they can watch the scoreboard for you, and all you have to do is go out and lift. That is a great thing to have.
Mm-hmm. And I know after I had that meet where I missed those 2 squats and was behind after I should have not been, perhaps, I went out and for the first time ever in my powerlifting career was able to hit all 3 bench presses immediately following that because I was pissed off.
Yep.
So some of these athletes that come out here and we've watched them miss their opener in their second attempt, and they got their third, or they missed their opener and then they made their second attempt look really easy. Expect for them to be coming from behind as we move forward in the day, because they will be angry and they have something to prove. They did not come here to go 3 for 9, 4 for 9. They came here to compete with the nation's best lifters, to fight for top placements and for team points.
In these kind of meets, I always say it's better to be the hunter than the hunted.
Yes.
Staying hungry is a lot better.
And I think
Issa missed her second attempt and her opener. Going into her thirds, she's going to need to get to 182.5 kilograms.
This is her second attempt.
Oh.
Yes.
Oops. Sorry.
She did miss her opener, though, so she will need to get this 400-pound squat, or she will be in a dire situation.
Yeah, well, Tyler Chang is about to face that situation. His back is against the wall currently after missing his opener with 180 and then going 187.5 and missing that on his second, retaking that for his third.
All Let's see if Tyler can
Come on,
stay in the
Tyler.
meet. Come on.
Fast
Low
descent.
enough. He gets through that sticking point. He has to fight a little bit, but it looks smooth. Good lift there.
Great
Good for
recovery.
him.
And I will say, if you're ever missing on commands, it is a little pro tip when you're on the platform that to let your spotters and loaders bring you into the rack when they call rack. I mean, yes, you can walk it in yourself, but you will never miss a rack command if they grab your plates and walk you in.
Yeah, our
tell
coach
you.
has at points instructed us, specifically on bench, to almost not rack the bench because the spotters will do it for you. So if you just
Exactly.
go up and hold it, you have no chance of missing the rack command because the spotters won't move until after the judge has clearly given the command. We were talking about fighting from behind a little bit on and how that can be advantageous. Do you think that fighting from behind can actually help a lifter maybe improve their total than if they just had a big lead?
Absolutely. If you're coming to win versus coming to not lose at a competition, it is all the difference in what your total shows. If you're coming to win and you're playing to win, then you're willing to put up the biggest total you possibly can to bury the next person, and not just to win the meet, but to win for yourself.
Yeah, and I think that also, talking with that, I think that sometimes when you're coming from behind, you become a little bit of a crowd favorite. Society-wise, the crowd loves the underdog. So if you're coming from behind and you're trying to fight for that battle and you have put yourself in that underdog position, you are going to have more support from the crowd than maybe that lead lifter. And we've talked so much about the collegiate nationals environment and how it just can affect the ability of the lifter to execute the lift. So if the crowd really gets behind them as the underdog, it can also provide them an advantage there.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more. And we did talk a little bit earlier about it, especially in equipped lifting, building your total with your squat and your bench with a big one, and then pulling for the win is a very common thing, especially in single ply. All right, platform 1 with Hui Kui with his final attempt of 200 kilograms. And Landon Longoria on platform 3 looking to break that 501-pound barrier. From memory, if I remember correctly, he smoked his opener and he smoked his second.
Yeah, sounds about right.
He walked that out with confidence.
Sometimes, so you talk about how he walked that out with confidence. Sometimes, in my opinion, the hardest part of the squat is unracking and walking the bar out. Sometimes you pick that bar up, and immediately when you pick it up, you think, oh no, this is so heavy. And that's on your back, and you are not going to put it back down and pick it back up again. It might not be in the perfect spot, and it is heavy on your back, and you feel like the weight of that bar is just going to pull you into the ground. But then you squat it, and you get that lift, and you feel like you're on cloud 9 afterwards.
Absolutely. And I mean, you think about it, we talk about it with other lifters. It's such a mental game when you're walking it out, and we've seen lifters today unevenly placing their feet, missing their lifts on technical issues and downward motion with an unbalanced bar, and it all starts from the ground up.
And just a reminder, when we talk about these lifters lifting their lifts on technical issues, it's easy to miss a lift on a technical issue when you are a national level lifter competing at this high level with this high of weights. These are the strongest collegiate lifters in the country, and they are lifting the most weights you are going to see collegiate lifters move. So it's really easy to just, if something gets a little bit off, have that technical error and not be able to recover with that heavy of a weight. On platform 1, this is our last squat of the day for Nico.
Come on, Nico.
And he really fights for it.
Mind you, he did miss it earlier, and people did have to catch him.
And
Wow,
he is
what a comeback.
rewarded with that fight with 3 white lights. And platform 3 will set up for bench and then take a 10-minute break before resuming with that first flight of lifters again as they perform their best bench attempts. Ian McGarry fails 235 again. Unfortunately, he did get that 227.5, so he is safe. He has a total so far on the day.
Yeah, platform 1, they're unloading that bar and getting that platform ready and settled for bench press. Platform 2, Wyatt Hosek going into his third attempt.
This is Lauren unfortunately misses that 197.5 on Platform 4. They will move to start their third attempts for this flight of lifters.
Going into a 242.5 kilogram squat.
195 unracked for Wyatt.
Get up, Wyatt. Get up, Wyatt.
And unfortunately, just not there today.
It's okay. We'll come back and see him
I know
smacking
he
on
is
bench.
going to come with that anger bench. And Michael is so excited after getting that lift 2-to-1. You saw that little archer celebration. We love to see the lifters express their excitement and their character. And also some of that celebration, you can't see the audience, but I'm sure his team is right there celebrating back with him.
We certainly heard it through the headphones. Faith Jordan coming out with her third attempt of 155 kilograms.
And us commentators for the live stream, we are kind of in the back corner and not in that main area. So when we can hear the teams cheering, you know it's really loud.
Every time, every time. Gabriel Arroyo coming out with his third attempt. And what a better hype song out here other than Dropkick Murphys, right? Oh, he's up. Stand up with it, Gabe. Stand up with it, Gabe.
He gets the 197, in my opinion. The judges agree.
He said, what more can you ask for?
And we do have Dax stepping up to that 197.5. He made that 7.5 jump from 190. We'll see what he can do here.
With his pace, with how 190 moved, how do you think this one will go?
I know he tried it in practice, and it's going to be right there. It's going to be a close lift.
All right.
Unfortunately, just hits that sticking point and goes back down. So both Concordia lifters will record a good 190 for squat and be tied going into the bench.
We have Sebastian Garza coming up with his third attempt of 215 kilograms. And Madison Anton coming up to the platform with 160.
And pay attention to platform 4 because at the end of the flight, he will be treated to an American record attempt for squat.
Spotting and loading that platform last session, I will tell you, I was grateful enough to see a world record one. Very cool things happen at Collegiate Nationals.
Sebastian walking out that 215, taking a couple little stutter steps to get out there. Unfortunately, just not there. Which is all right because he did get that first lift in. And on platform 2, Chase Chapa is going to be our last lifter for squat for the day. And he has elected to lift 215 kilos. Consistent
jumps on his end. And might I say, he has been absolutely smooth with his lifts so far. Bailey with her back against the wall, coming in for her third attempt of 165 kilograms.
You'll see that her knee wrap kind of hangs down a little bit. That's just a virtue of how her coach or handler must have wrapped it. Do you think that that might bother her a little bit, hanging down there? I feel like for me it would be a distraction.
It can if it means there's uneven revolutions on each knee. However, sometimes that extra material does, well, mean that both knee wraps aren't evenly wrapped. And she does miss that third, unfortunately.
Collect the bar. Unfortunately, that means she will not record a total today. And we have another lifter following her that is in that same situation, facing a 170 for the third time. We have Sydney from Midland, who needs the 170 to stay in the meet.
And I'll mind you, especially in equipped lifting, it is not uncommon to see people bomb out on squat. Honestly, as an equipped lifter, it is the hardest lift to complete. Bench press is pretty straightforward. Deadlift, always straightforward. But squat, if you misgroove that suit or your knee wraps are wrapped just a little bit wrong or that bar is a little uneven, you don't feel it as much through a canvas as you do through a singlet.
And you'll note that on platform 1 and 2, we have finished squats for all of the flights. We will return shortly on platform 1 and 2 with our first bench presses for each of the first 2 flights, so look forward to some more lifting there.
Sydney Dose did make that look easy. And she's still in the meat. You can hear the cheering from here. Amazing work.
She is followed by Reagan attempting that same weight at 170. Reagan missed 165 but has gone up to 170. Safe and fair play because she got her opener.
And I'll say this too. Sometimes equipped lifters take a little bit longer to get to the platform. Whether you're getting your suit manipulated or your knee wraps. Not to mention, we can't really walk. We just waddle.
It does not surprise me that platform 4 is the last platform to finish the squats, because platform 4 is the only platform in this session that does have those equipped lifters. And like you said, they can take just a little bit longer to get to the platform and in between lifts, as they're receiving assistance from both coaches and handlers that they're allowed to have back there getting wrapped. And they don't want to wrap until the last possible second, so they won't wrap probably until they're likely up and ready to go, actually, and their bar is being loaded. So it just takes a couple extra seconds, and that extra time for every lifter, although small, can add up over the course of the flight, putting them behind. They're not too far behind, though. They're halfway done with this last flight here on their 3rd attempts.
I'll tell you, I've missed attempts because my toes went numb because my wraps are too tight and they were sitting for too long. It's an embarrassing thing. But Janelle Valdez looking to gain a little more in her total.
Talk about the numb toes from the equipped lifting and the knee wraps. Some of the raw lifters get it too because they elect to wear knee sleeves that are a size or two too small.
Yeah. And what I think is crazy is that sometimes when they do that, coaches at local meets especially will help their lifters put their sleeves on when that is actually against the rules.
That is against the rules. The raw lifters must be able to put the knee sleeves on by themselves. I know for me personally, I followed the sizing chart online when I bought mine, and their sizing chart ended up being incorrect because the knee sleeves did not fit me, and I had to get a new pair. So when I got the new pair, I said, I don't want to deal with this, and I ordered 2 sizes up instead of just the 1 because I did not want to get stuck in another pair of knee sleeves.
I had to do that with a pair that I bought recently. And I will say, too, knee sleeves have made a significant change in stiffness over the last 5 years.
Yes.
They used to be flimsier, now they can stand up with reds on top of them. Denise Limon retaking her 2nd.
Competing for the University of Texas at Austin. Longhorns. She gets it up. It looked like maybe it was a little bit high. Let's see what the judges say. And yes, the judges say it is high. So unfortunately, she will not get that 175 today.
Speaking of technique earlier in terms of leverages, squatting in suits versus squat and raw, you might notice a lot more people are pushing out their knees and sitting back more. That's because you can get a lot more out of your suit when you in support in the hips versus when you are in just your singlet.
Yeah, we talked about that potential narrow stance in squat versus wide stance in squat. It's going to be very rare or not at all that you're going to see a equipped lifter with a very, very narrow stance, just because that wide stance will allow them to push against that suit a little bit more and stretch it out in the bottom and get the most leverage out of the suit.
Absolutely. Danielle McIntyre is walking that out with confidence. And I would too if I also hit my 1st and my 2nd. Oh, fast ascend, fast on the way up.
Good fight there.
She's smiling.
2 to 1. Good lift. Excellent attempt selection from her there because she picked a weight that she was able to get, but that was a hard weight, so that she was trying to add those extra kilos but did not have to risk dropping any of those kilos by missing that lift. So she picked one that was right at her max, so good choice today. And that's really hard to do in powerlifting because it's hard to know what your max is on any given day without actually testing it. And of course, you're not going to test your max in the warm-up.
And I can't tell you how many times I've seen it in the gym where lifters are a week out or even 2 weeks out and they max out their deadlift and then it messes their taper up going into the meet. Doesn't seem to be an issue though for Tansy. As she's hit her opener, she's hit her 2nd. Slow grind at the end.
Was a solid lift. That
oh my goodness.
Slow, but it kept moving. 197.5. Reloaded for Lauren. She did miss it. We have seen a lot of misses on squat today, so let's hope that with our last 3 lifters of the day for squat, we can have 3 lifts that are all good.
And we can hear Gino telling her, hey, that bar is loaded, that platform is ready. And I will say there are several ways that you can wrap your knees. You might see some people tying with a bow tie, some with this loop where there's a little extra material. Oh, she's up.
Just got stuck at the bottom there, unfortunately.
Well, we'll see her in bench. She still got her opener, so she didn't bomb out.
All right. Second to last on platform 4, we have Geraldine with 200 kilos. That is 440 pounds, rounded up to 441 with that .92. And this is a massive squat that she's about to attempt.
And I will say, I like to make jokes when we're talking as spotting and loading, as far as spotting and loading goes, because there's weights that we load. It's like 699.97. I'll be like, oh no, I breathed on the bar. It made it 700 pounds.
Yeah, my dad asked me one time that, he asked me one time that if I like took my jewelry off or something and made myself like a half a pound lighter, if I thought I would have gotten the squat, and I said no.
That's not how that works.
That's not how that works.
And we're starting a bench press on platform 1 and 2. Welcome back to the Collegiate Nationals 2025 USA Powerlifting out here in Oklahoma City. Opening our bench press attempts on platform 1, Bo Brown from Oklahoma State.
Excellent fight on 4. It was really slow on the way down and even slower on the way up, but she gets
happy.
3 white lights, and she can celebrate that. And this is the last lifter of the day for squat on platform 4. This is Daniela Valdez from UTSA attempting an American record of 203 kilograms. This is 447 freedom units.
I now have to start saying that it meets freedom units. I love it. For number 1 in the country from UTSA.
And this is for the women's Eclipse 65 kilo category.
And she's hyped.
The current American record is 202.5, so she is chipping this by that half kilo.
And you can only chip records now at American meets or state meets for USA Powerlifting.
Getting set.
Come on, Daniela.
Fights to hit that depth.
Oh, she's up. She stands up with it.
Smooth on the way up. Did she hit the depth? No, unfortunately. That was really close. I couldn't tell. It was right there. It could have gone either way, but unfortunately the judges who do have the best vantage point of that view just didn't think that she had enough depth, unfortunately.
Derek Bailey on his opener for bench press with 67.5 kilograms on platform 1.
And they are going to set up and take that 10-minute break before they start bench on platform 4. But they have started bench on platform 3, so don't go away because the lifting continues nonstop.
And we can see all 3 judges. Now to get a start command, you do need those side judges to put their arms down to assure that the chief referee that the lifter is ready.
Yeah, cool view here with that full screen on the left, which we're able to do since that other platform is on a break, where you can see all 3 judges and you can see the side judges give the start command before the head referee. The lifters may be tempted to start sometimes when the side judges drop their arms. They just get that little bit of adrenaline and they can kind of see it out of the corner of their eye, but the lifter must wait for that head judge to give the command.
Exactly. And what's funny enough is that if you read when you read the rule book, it does say you need 2 out of 3 judges to put their hands down. Which means if the side judges put their hands down and the chief referee doesn't agree, it doesn't matter. They have to get a start command. If that makes sense.
So is what you're saying there is if the side judges say you're ready to start, the chief referee has to give the start command?
Exactly.
Okay.
But if a side referee doesn't put their hand down and the other side referee has their hand down and the chief referee put their hand down, then and the chief referee decides that they're ready to go, then that 2 out of 3 can also say, hey, we're ready.
Gotcha. That is not a rule that I would have been able to tell people off the top of my head, but it's always interesting to learn more of the intricate little rules that you wouldn't think of in powerlifting like this.
And that's the thing too, is when you're a spotter and loader, you're working so closely with the platform and referees and stuff like that and the staff, like you can ask these questions. I didn't know until recently what all of these rules were. When I say recently, I mean within the last year or so, until I became a referee myself.
Yeah, and something that's interesting about powerlifting compared to other sports is the USA Powerlifting Federation, they update their rule book every year with significant change, and you can actually go through the rule book and read just the changes. They'll usually put them highlighted in yellow or red, so you can go through and find things that are new this year or that are upcoming for next year. They'll say there is a rule in there. They're changing a little bit of the rule about what brands of knee sleeves you can use, for example, for raw lifting, and it says starting in 2026, that rule will be adjusted.
Wow. That's interesting. Especially since we don't have an approved equipment list anymore.
Yes, they will be getting an approved equipment list for knee sleeves specifically, to my understanding of that part of the rule book that they have added.
Well, I mean, and that makes sense. When we talk about rule changes in the book, oftentimes it is due to a fact that a lifter at some point in the past had found a way to make an advantage out of it that was unfair to others. So one of the rules that I don't agree with, but they are in the book, is wearing your thumb loop over from your wrist strap onto your bench. You might be thinking, well, how does that have an advantage for me? Well, someone somewhere figured out a way to exploit it.
Yes. So lifters, you kind of brought it up, are not allowed to have the loop of their wrist straps around their thumb when they're benching, and oftentimes the judges will stop them, or the platform moderator, who's just behind the curtain usually and sends the lifters out in the right order, will stop the lifter before they start their attempt or before they go to the platform and have them remove that loop from around their thumb in order to not bench with that. However, it does specifically say in the rulebook that if it is not noticed that the loop is around the thumb, it is not a cause for disqualification of the lift unless the lifter was informed before the lift started.
Exactly. You get your free warning.
Yeah.
We have a little bit of grace here. Tank Wen. What a strong name, I will say, Tank. Opening with 95 kilograms on his bench. And you will see, just like in squats, some lifters choose to use wrist wraps, some lifters don't. Sometimes it can be uncomfortable and impeding on that range of motion and flexion of the wrist. Other times, personally, I wear them because it provides a lot of support to keep my wrist straight.
We have seen a series of solid openers here on platform 3. Unfortunately, that was for Hunter a no lift, so hopefully we can return to those good openers with Eric here from Penn State.
Jacob Smith with an easy opener on platform number 2, not using wrist straps. And on platform number 1, Vincent Diaz not using wrist straps with an opener of 97.5 kilograms, just shy of that 220-pound mark.
Yeah. Do you like to use wrist wraps for your bench?
Absolutely. But I use a different wrist strap for squat than I do for bench. I use a medium size, which is about 2 feet for squat, and then I use the 1 meter for bench.
Gotcha. One of our lifters on our team does that as well. She has different wrist straps for her squat and her bench, and she went to equipment check yesterday to check in her equipment, and I think the head judge was the judge that was doing her equipment check for her was a little confused. He was like, which one are you using tomorrow? And she's like, both.
Well, that's the thing too, is like when I do equipment check for powerlifting meets, especially my own equipment for single ply, I do bring 2 pairs of knee wraps should one of those pairs rip or tear. And man, people checking my stuff will always be so upset with me because I'm holding up the line. But you got to make sure everything's legal that you're wearing on the platform, so then you don't have any records in question when you get out there.
Yes. So there is no rule in powerlifting that says you have to wear the same equipment the whole time, as long as that equipment was inspected and approved by the judges at equipment check. So for example, you could turn in 3 different singlets and wear a different singlet for each lift. We did have a lifter change singlets after her squat moving into her bench earlier. So you could, in theory, wear a different pair of wrist wraps for squat and bench, wear a different singlet for all 3. You could wear 2 different pairs of knee sleeves, one on deadlift and one on bench, or you could wear 3 different pairs of knee sleeves, one for each attempt.
Yep, and I did see that at Oregon State Championships this year.
Really?
It was kind of funny. It was pretty late. We were doing an early equipment check. We just set up the meet. My friend and I just wanted to eat pizza and go home. And one of the lifters came up with literally 2 pairs of knee sleeves. They asked if they could use elbow sleeves, and I was like, no, because that's not allowed. But 3 different singlets. It was a trip.
Yeah, and you're likely not going to see that at Collegiate Nationals because these athletes are very particular and they train every day and they like things to be exactly the same on every attempt. So they're not going to mess around with changing their equipment in between attempts. And also, like you said, a lot of these athletes had to travel from really far away to get here to compete at these championships. And many of them flew, so they had baggage restrictions. Then they don't have room to bring 3 pairs of knee sleeves. Or
Exactly.
You have to pick and choose.
Yeah, unless you're flying Southwest, your checked bags don't fly for free.
And even on Southwest, not for long.
Right. Oh, man. Don't even get me started. Brandon Elman there is coming up with Zachary McCaffrey with a 92.5 kilogram attempt for his opener on platform 2. David Hampton opening north of 100 kilograms, 115 to be exact. He's had a good meet so far. Eric Ho coming up with 95 kilograms his opening attempt. And Alejandro McCormick with 120 kilograms.
120 is a big bench opener.
Especially at 67.5 kilograms. 264 pounds, if I'm being exact, right?
I believe so, yes. And I bet he's very confident with it since it is his opener, so expect to see it move.
I will say I open with something that I can typically hit on my worst day to gain that confidence so I can build that total. But he smoked that. But it does seem he might have jumped a rack command, receiving yellow cards for red lights there.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was a lifter that made the choice to go up despite missing his opener because he missed it on the rack command and because it was such a strong lift. Maybe not a big jump, but just a little jump to get a couple extra kilos in for that second lift and maybe make room for a 3rd attempt jump that he has in his plan.
Absolutely.
A lift like that is one that, in my opinion, would be okay to go up on despite missing that opener.
Exactly. And Tien Pham is about to take the same weight.
Nicholas coming out a 107.5 for William Jewell College out of Missouri.
Tien Pham made that look easy. And Jefferson Nguyen from University of Texas Austin coming out with 97.5 kilograms, waving off a handoff. He doesn't need it.
Nicholas, no lift for those yellow lights right there. Hunter missed his opener, has to retake it.
And you'll notice some of our lifters will take assistance from the spotter or head spotter to get that bar out over their chest. Some of them don't. It is completely preference from the lifter.
As they come out to do their bench attempts, oftentimes you will see the lifter talk to that spotter giving the lift-offs there. What they're doing is they're just telling them what they want. For example, they'll say, I would like you to go on my head nod when I tell you, or they would say, I might like you to count to 3 before you give me my lift off. And that just ensures that both the lifter and the spotter are ready and at the same time, and that the lifter can have the ideal lift off to start off their bench in a good solid position.
Exactly. And Hunter Branson comes back to get his second. Amazing work.
All right, and we welcome back the athletes to platform 4 as we start our bench over here with Olivia Decanter at 62.5 kilos for BMCU.
Well, Herrera opening up with 100 kilos here on platform 2. He smoked that. And Tarek ably hitting his second attempt faster than his first. Come on, Tarek. We told you, leave the warmth in the warm room. He chose not to listen, I guess. Braden Dong on platform number 3, coming in with a second attempt of 110 kilograms. And Alvin Briones opening with 102.5 on platform 2. Olivia making light work at that bench opener. Now, some of you guys may be wondering, why do people have chalk on their backs? It gives them a better wedge and grip on the bench pad to get better leverages when you're hitting those big lifts, and more grip to push off the pad with. Ooh, Cody is grinding through. You can see the spotters yelling at him there. There's going to give no lift for downward motion. Once you get that start command, that bar has to come down. It cannot go back up. When you get that press command, that bar has to go up. It cannot go back down. It can stop, it can stay still, and it can continue to move forward, but it cannot go back down. And that's why you'll see a little blue line under some of those red lights.
And a lot of times you will see the lifters most commonly will kind of have a little bit of that up and down motion either right off the chest if they kind of bounce it off the chest, or once they hit that sticking point right in the middle.
Exactly. It's always heartbreaking to see.
And it is, because you know that, 1, they can complete the lift, and 2, they probably have done it in practice and they just miss it on that technicality right there. I know a lot of people aren't necessarily fans of the up and down movement rule. I personally, on squat and bench, support it just because I think it's a safety thing that as soon as the bar starts going down, it should be a clear call for the spotters to be able to grab it. They shouldn't have to wait for you to fail all the way down. So I think it's a safety thing on squat and bench, but on deadlift, I think it's kind of a silly rule just not being necessary. But I also think that if you have it on the squat and bench, you might as well have it on the deadlift just for consistency across the 3 lifts.
Agreed.
We are on our second attempts already on platforms 1 and 3, so we are moving along very quickly tonight.
Bench press is one of those things, spotter and loader, where like you can shed a lot of time because it's the same height as your weight tree, versus squats having to change that rack height, you know, and sometimes you're lifting that 55-pound plate up and down, and it just takes a little more time.
And they will adjust the height of that rack for the lifters as the lifters have selected still for the bench, but a lot of times it's going to be a lot closer than it is on squat. On squat, they might be 3-4 inches taller, and that rack height might need to go up a lot more. But since the lifters receive a lift off on bench, they don't necessarily care as much as about their rack height, so they kind of just pick something in the middle.
Yeah. Mind you, a lot of these rack heights are like 6 and 7. There was a meet I worked. This guy's squat height was 24. Made all of us panic because we were all overhead spot in his squat.
The racks go up to 24?
Yeah. He was 6'11" and chose to wear heels. All right, we have an American record attempt on platform 2 with Matthew Angswapong, 140.5 kilograms.
As an opener.
Yeah. 30 kilograms above the next person. That is 66 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. When he smokes this, and I'm going to give him some confidence here from the booth. Oh, we have a camera down right before that American record.
Camera down, unfortunately.
Oh, no. Stand him up, stand him up, stand him up. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but the crowd is barking out there.
so incredibly anticlimactic on platform 2
Oh my goodness.
with that camera issue.
Oh no. Well, Vincent Diaz is going to come back and smack his opener
We
for his
will
second
have
attempt.
to wait and see, maybe on the lifting cast.
And he did get it on the second try. Tank Nguyen with the second attempt of 100 kilos on platform 1. Oh my goodness.
Platform 2.
I'm going to cry if I can't see this record
They're
live.
really leaving us in suspense here for this American record. But for now, we're going to focus on platform 1 since that platform 2 camera is temporarily disabled.
A little bit of shaking there.
Shakes, but is fighting. Don't worry, on platform 2, you're not missing anything, not yet. They are holding that American record attempt for a second as they change to those national level referees and try and fix that camera issue. You will get to see it, most likely.
Our spotter there was doing the most, changing that face saver. But up for his second attempt, Ethan Worm with 105 kilograms, 231 pounds on platform number 1. And Gerald Rico on platform number 3 with 122.5 kilograms.
All right, here we go back on platform 2. That camera is back, and we are ready for this American record attempt. He kept us in suspense, so let's hope it's good.
Come on,
Worth
Matthew.
the wait, perhaps.
Oh my goodness.
Light work. Incredible. Moved it like the bar.
I am very excited to see what his second and thirds look like.
You
with
got
the
to
speed of
wonder
that
what
one.
that second attempt is going to be.
And I'll mind you, that was 66 pounds above the next bench. Or above the heaviest bench of the session. So not only, or of the flight, I mean. So not only is he going to have the heaviest bench of the flight, heaviest bench in the country, that's a flex.
And shout out to that spotter on platform 1 wearing the wrong shirt. There is one spotter who's wearing last year's national shirt who's not matching the rest. But
This guy. I'm just kidding.
if anybody knows him, feel free to make fun of him later.
I don't have an Instagram to tag, unfortunately. Michaela Woodward, with her opener, 95 kilograms, she moved that so easily. And the judges agree.
3 white lights for her.
She's let me
Good
go up the rock
opener.
sign. Oh, and our head spotter on platform 3, Gabe, getting the talking to from the lifter about how he wants his handoff for 275 pounds, 125 kilograms. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a real 2-plate bench.
Yeah, 2 reds.
2 reds and the collars, man.
2 reds in the collars.
They count in this sport.
If you were wondering, the collars are counted for the weight in powerlifting, and they do weigh the 2.5 kilograms.
Not those plastic little gym ones you guys get at LA Fitness.
No shade.
Ooh, good save by the face savers and our spotters there for Ava Tigpen. Misgroove in the shirt there for her opener, 97.5 kilograms. Always scary, but a great save.
And that is why we have both spotters and those safety bars on bench. A lot of lifters will neglect to kind of put those safety bars as low as possible just to make sure they are out of the way for the bench press. But it is good to have them where they can still help catch the bar in the event that something like that happens, which is very rare because these are experienced lifters who most likely when they miss a weight are going to just barely miss it.
And what's interesting too is that people give spotters and loaders a lot of flack for not catching a weight. But when it snaps back like that, your reaction time needs to be beyond fast to catch it in time even. So having those face savers there is very important, not just to the lifter, but to your spotters as well, you know, making sure that we're having a clear conscience too when we're on that platform.
Yes, and the spotters have an incredible reaction time as best as they can. It is important to keep in mind that sometimes they might miss a lifter, wait a second or two longer because they're trying to give that lifter the benefit of the doubt, but they also have been working all day, and some of them have been doing 3 sessions today probably, so they're tired, more so than some of the lifters.
Those hands get sore. Tien Pham with his second attempt of 127.5 kilograms. That was smoother than his opener.
And for platform 3, this is our first third attempt. And it was close, but just unfortunately not quite there. On platform 2, we saw that huge American record from Matthew, and we wondered what he was going to move up to. He has elected to move up 7.5 kilos from that 140.5 to 148. So stay tuned for the end of that fight to see him break his own American record, most likely. That's a big jump, so we know he's feeling confident, and the last lift moved so fast, you know he can make that.
I'm about to do the math right now to figure out what 148 kilograms is in pounds.
He has his phone calculator out right now.
325.6. Near triple body weight bench press. Alejandro McCormick makes light work of his second attempt. He was the one that missed earlier because of commands that you said might go up. He did jump 10 kilograms.
Yeah.
And he got it. No surprise
I think
there.
that was a good choice.
Bo Brown starting off third attempts on platform number 1 from Oklahoma State with 72.5 kilograms. And Zachary McCaffrey coming out for his second attempt with 97.5 kilograms. Hunter Branson missing the grind with 112.5 kilograms on platform 3. And Kaylee Gleason coming out with 75 kilograms for her second on platform 4.
And this is the first round of this is our first lifter in this second round of bench presses on platform 4.
Bo Brown with the slow grind. And he gets that lift.
As a lifter and you go up to do your bench, what do you think right before you start benching?
You know, I play the mental game of if I don't get this, I'm going to get hurt. So that's what I typically rock with. Gives me that little fear factor to make sure that I get the lift. More recently, it's just been trying to make sure I'm clear-headed, though, moving into it. Try not to focus too much on what the attempt before it moved. Because especially if you're in a shirt, making sure that, like, sometimes your opener just moves differently than your second, moves slower than your second attempt. And sometimes your third is going to move, you never really know. Sometimes it gets stapled to your chest. Sometimes it's a really slow journey to the top.
Yeah, and sometimes that really slow journey to the top, you can kind of see a little bit of the light at the end of the tunnel halfway through that lift there.
Exactly.
A lot of lifters will elect to kind of have headphones in backstage and listen to some tunes that kind of help keep them calm so that they maybe don't have to think before their lifts. You a big music listener at a powerlifting meet?
Absolutely. I let my handler tell me when I'm supposed to go. And beyond that, that's it. Very rarely do I even call my attempts. I give a 2.5 kilogram range plus or minus from where I want it to be based on what the speed was for the rep before. And then I know it's going to be one of those 3, but I don't know which one. And then I let my mind drift.
All right, on platform 3, we do have 5 misses in a row currently. So let's see if Matthew can maybe break that streak and bring some white lights back to platform 3.
Come on, Matthew.
And I think he just did that.
He looks happy. I've noticed
with those 3 white lights.
Oh, yeah. I've noticed some powerlifters nowadays, they see what's popular on Instagram and they start to emulate that more within their actual lifting. You know, biting the chain, skipping around, wearing sunglasses for some. Pretty cool stuff. It's really interesting to see, like, how the sport has grown, especially over the past few years, in terms of attendance numbers and registration numbers for, like, big national events, such as Collegiate Nationals. Wow, Kevin Eng made fast work of that. 3 white lights.
And you mentioned that how that registration number has been thematically increasing the last couple of years. that registration number increasing the last couple of years is also the reason why the qualifying totals have gone up so much. There are so many people that want to compete here that USA Powerlifting really wants to make sure that the best of the best lifters are here, so they have that qualifying total to make sure that all the best lifters have the chance to compete at nationals.
And it makes it more competitive, especially when you're on the board. If you have 60 people in your weight class, you want to make sure that it is at least going to be a close fight for all those people.
And nationals is also more prestigious with those qualifying totals because you actually have to say, I fought to qualify for nationals, not just I paid to enter.
Exactly. And a big shout out to USA Powerlifting for keeping those numbers up with recent increases in number of federations and places to compete.
Yeah, I think USA Powerlifting does a good job of having competitions across different areas of the United States where they're easily accessible to lifters. They have a lot of local competitions and good places for people to start lifting.
Lots of good opportunities to just have fun. Stephen Tran with his final attempt of 100 kilograms on platform number 1. And Alvin Rion is coming out for his second at 107.5. Ooh, Eric Kahn is scrapping.
Fighting.
Come
Locks
on
it out
now.
at the top, and he gets that rack command.
Little uneven at the top, but he doesn't matter. 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
No complaints. Alvin Briones is looking a little shaky going down.
Rachel a little back and forth on the way up, but it was a good lift because she did not move downwards.
Stephen Tran missed his third, but it's all good. We'll see him come back for deadlifts. Vincent Diaz, after missing his opener and retaking for a second, smoked it, coming out for 100 kilograms on his third attempt on platform number 1. I hear the crowd getting loud. Who's coming up? Just kidding, it's a
That crowd
Louisiana.
is getting loud for Louisiana at Lafayette.
Raging Cajuns.
On 4
Love it.
with Ava Tigben.
She missed her opener, but we will see her groove that shirt, get it right, get it on her second. Let's take a look. And just a slight
Unfortunately,
misgroove
no.
again.
It was better than the last one in
Yes.
terms of it was more controlled on the way down. I think it was in a better spot on her chest to get up. But unfortunately, when she started to go up with that, she also came forwards towards her head, causing the spotters to take that bar from her.
Yeah, and back to those variables that we're talking about, especially in equipment, the tightness of your shirt, how your sleeves are rotated even matters when you're coming out to the platform. I don't know if a lot of people know that, but determining your sleeves, the angle, everything is a variable, especially to the groove of the shirt. Well, welcome. Go ahead.
And I don't know if this was the case for her necessarily, but sometimes for those equipped athletes, if they came into the meet making a big weight cut and cutting weight to make their weight class, their shirt might fit them a little bit differently if they had to make a drastic cut just to make weight. So they might have trained on a shirt that felt a little bit tighter or was a little bit higher versus if they lose weight to make the category and be able to compete, that shirt might be a little bit looser or go on just a little bit farther down, and that can really mess up that rhythm.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. All right, Dylan Deep's dad is coming to us in the chat saying, put some cheese on that burger for his second attempt.
So we hope that he can put the cheese on the burger.
I don't know, a 5 kilo jump and bench is pretty cheesy to me. My jumps are a lot smaller than that. Oh, half that. Come on, Dylan. Smoke it. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
That was solid.
Made his dad proud.
Maybe for the next round he can put like some ketchup or something on the burger to go with the cheese.
Yeah, add it up. Add some bacon. All right, Matthew Angswapong coming out with 148 kilograms on his second attempt, extending his own American record.
As he said it last time around, and it was snappy, so we'll have to see how this moves because this is his second attempt, so he still has a third attempt after this.
No camera follow-ups, please. We got this.
And he explains exactly what he wants on the lift off to that spotter, nice and calm.
325 pounds. Kai Uchiyama on platform 1 getting his third attempt in. 242 pounds, 110 kilograms.
And Braulio on 3 with a good lift. He was the last lifter of that flight. They'll move to the next flight.
Come on, Matthew.
That
was also fast.
That moved fast, too.
Oh, my goodness.
A little bit slower off the chest for that one than the last one, but that second half, no issues, not caught at the sticking point at all there. I would expect him to go up more for that third attempt.
Kid's got the strongest triceps in America for 60-kilogram lifters. Amazing work.
Dylan's dad would like everybody to know that he did not put enough cheese on last time, and he needs to put extra cheese on this time. So
layer it on, Dylan.
We'll have to see it when he comes back around.
All right, back at the top of the order for platform number 2, on Bhattacharya with a 80-kilogram bench press for his third after missing it on his second.
Easy opener on 3.
Yep, and David Hampton coming in to a 2-plate bench, 125 keys.
We are on openers. Just a reminder again on platform 3. This is our top flight for the men's 67.5 raw category. So expect to be looking to platform 3 for some of those top finishers, most likely, and your potential future medalists.
Ooh, Brandon Rivera made that opener look smooth. And Vivian Penn with a second attempt of 145 kilograms. That is not a small number. 319 pounds. Ooh, she's grinding, she's scrapping, she's got to lock it out. One arm before the other. We'll see what the judges say.
And you'll note that she did open with a 105 there and made that jump. It was pointed out to me earlier that a lot of times if equipped lifters maybe have been struggling in training a little bit with getting that bench in, they may open their first attempt as raw and then move to that equipment for their second lift to add on those extra kilos, which explains that big jump.
88 pounds is massive. But Maggie Ridenauer coming out for her final attempt of 75 kilograms. She missed her opener, she missed her second. Hopefully they got that shirt groove just right this time for her.
Everybody get behind Maggie so she can get out of this hole. She has received the liftoff.
Come on, Maggie. Show us what you're made of now.
Oh yes.
Man.
That was by far the best.
She's still on the board. We love to see it.
Strong mental game there after having 2 completely failed lifts on the first 2, not just a command or a pause issue, but the 2 missed grooves on the first lift that can really get into your head. So it's amazing that she was able to come back and fight for that third one and get it and make it look that easy as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and on squat, she did kind of the same thing. She started off missing her first 2 squats and getting that third one. So she has twice put herself in that precarious situation and is currently 2 for 6 with the 2 coming both times on that third lift, needing to dig herself out of that hole.
She got a mind to steal that one.
Hopefully the deadlift comes across a little bit easier for her.
Well, I will say
Fight on 4, a little uneven with the arms and the shake of the head, indicating the no lift.
Well, I will say deadlift and equipment is a little bit easier than the bench press and the squat. You're not worried about as much about misgrooving your suit or misgrooving your shirt. It's more of straight up, you just get down and pull it.
Yeah, it's much less common to see lifters miss their first deadlift than it is to see them miss their first bench or their first squat. Because that first deadlift is something that's likely really easy for them. And there's less variables on the deadlift. You don't have to wait for the start command. You don't have to unrack the bar. You can just walk up and pick it up.
I will tell you, I did miss my deadlift opener at my last meet.
It happens. It's just much more rare. And also, if you miss your deadlift opener, it's also rare for you to follow that up with missing the second lift. Did you make your second lift after missing your opener?
Yeah, thank
Good.
goodness. I would never live that down, I'll tell you right now. Zachary McCaffrey coming with his final bench press attempt, reminding the head spotter about how to give that proper handoff for 97.5 kilograms. We're on on the next flight for platform number 1. Ian making easy work of that. Dylan Tran up next with 97.5 kilograms. And Miriam Bloom with her third attempt of 87.5 kilograms after missing that for her second. Build that total, Miriam. Let's get it.
Yes, we've been saying it all day, but really every kilo counts. So she wants to get this 87.5. Esteban on 3, opening with that 120.
Eric Ho coming to the platform for his final attempt on platform number 2 with 107.5 kilograms. And Adam Brockman on platform number 1, opening with the same weight, 97.5 keys. Miriam Bloom has made good work of that one. 2 to 1, it's all you need.
Ava, platform 4, another one of those lifters who has missed her first 2 attempts. She's coming out for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and her teammates are going to get loud and get behind her right now because she needs this lift for a total.
She did only get 1 squat attempt, I mind you that too.
And they need this total 14 points.
Come on, Ava.
Down.
Oh, that looked way
Up.
better. Oh, these
Gets
judges
that
saying.
rack command.
Oh, she saves the
And
day.
she saves herself. So she, like Maggie Reednor, has gone 2 for 6, but is after bench and squat, but is still in the meet.
Amazing work. And a bit of a sigh of relief there from the spotters as well, making sure that bar is stopping back toward her face. Good stuff. Joseph Malik up next on platform number 1, opening with 100 kilograms.
And you could see that spotter just now on platform 4 was clapping for Michaela, trying to hype her up before she goes. The spotters want to see the lifters complete the lifts just as much as the audience and the teammates do.
Exactly. It's less work for us when you guys go put it back in the rack yourself. I'm just being honest, you know.
Kind of lazy, don't you think?
Of course. We got plates to load. Let's save energy everywhere we can.
All right, next up on 4, we have Rachel. Rachel did go 3 for 3 on squat and has made her first 2 bench attempts. Can she continue that hot streak with her 100-kilo bench?
I'll tell you right now, going 3 for 3 in any event in equipment is something to pop a bottle of champagne over. You should be celebrating that right now. And if she goes 9 for 9, she could better go buy a lottery ticket. As we've seen so many misses here today.
Yeah, we did talk about it earlier. In that first session today, only 3 athletes from the entire session across all 4 platforms did end up going 9 for 9. We had a couple more in that second session. I did not count exactly how many, but I don't know how many are going to be able to do that here today. But Rachel is on track because she does get 3 white lights for that 100. So she is 3 for 3 on squat and 3 for 3 on bench.
And we love to see it, I'll tell you that right now. Ian McGarry opens with 127.5 kilograms for his bench, and he smokes that. 3 white lights and no complaints there. Justin Gonzalez opening with 105 kilograms on platform number 1. And Hakeem Collins with his final attempt at 115 kilograms.
Something interesting is that on platform 4, we did have a lifter who unfortunately did fail all 3 of those squat attempts and has elected not to bench. I'm guessing that lifter maybe just isn't feeling very well today, or maybe got hurt even before the meet but tried to compete anyways, and after failing to get a squat and no longer being able to register a total, it wasn't worth putting yourself through the pain if you were hurt or sick. but our heart goes out to her. We hope she's feeling all right, and we hope that she's able to come back next year and give it a better fight in terms of being able to record that total and get a couple more lifts in.
She'll come back as the hunter.
Yes. She also, it looks like, has removed her opener from her deadlift and has decided not to deadlift as well.
Well, I know at national events, local events are a little bit different. Local events, if you bomb out on any event, you can tell the meet director or the score table that you would like to continue. Is nationals the same?
Yes, at nationals, you keep going after you, or at least at collegiate nationals, you would keep going after you miss out on a lift or recording a lift. It is up to the lifter if they would like to do that, but most of the time they're already here, they're already training. Maybe they missed that squat, but they can go still set a bench PR or a deadlift PR and amend part of that day or make it at least a little bit of a victory.
Gotcha. Well, Dylan's dad said put more cheese on the burger.
Something that I think is cool is at weightlifting nationals, they actually give out medals for total and for the individual lifts. So the athletes who objectively bomb out, they start with snatch. So if they bomb out in snatch, they can still do clean and jerk and get a medal in clean and jerk at the end of the day, and they still have something to fight for. It might be interesting to see powerlifting at the national level maybe implement some sort of award system for the individual lifts, and I think that that could really also reward some of those bench and deadlift specialists that...
Oh, yeah. It's important to note they do have bench only, do have deadlift only, they have push-pull, but they don't have squat only.
I know. I'd be a proponent of squat-only meets. Those would be my favorite.
Do my 3 hardest events and then go home. Token lift stuff. Vivian Pin elected to go up after missing her second on platform number 4 with 147.5 kilograms.
Yeah, if any of the execs at USA Powerlifting are listening, I would love to talk to you about doing squat-only meets if we could get those pretty please. If I say please enough times, do you think that'll change somebody's opinion?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I was like, Greg and Larry, listen, they're cool. Back to platform number 2 with Matthew Angiswapong.
Went for a 2.5 for Nick for a solid opener on platform 3.
He's looking to extend his American record to 152 kilograms.
As he has gone up 4 kilos on platform 2, so it did move fast, and last time not quite as fast as the first one, so he took a little bit of a smaller jump, but 4 kilos is still a pretty big jump for bench, especially extending an American record like he is, so let's see it.
Yeah, 335 pounds is what we're looking at right now. Come on, Matthew.
He fights.
It's slow.
Unfortunately, it's not there. I think he also kind of bounced it off his chest anyway, so I'm not sure they would have awarded it to him even if he had gotten it up. But it's always good to keep fighting just in case.
I mean, to be fair, he still set that record by more than 80 pounds.
Yes, and he said it twice. He said it on his opener and his second lift. The third lift would have just been that cherry on top, but he got the milkshake and the whipped cream already, so.
Walking away with number 1 in the country is not bad. But it is important to remember that when you do set an American record in a squat or a deadlift or a bench, it only matters if you get the total. You can't bomb out on deads just because you got the record, unless you did elect bench only or push-pull.
I do believe that if you set the record on the bench, that record would stand if you did not get a deadlift counted, but you just wouldn't get an award at the end of the meet for overall placement.
Oh, interesting.
I could be incorrect on that.
Well, either way, Matthew's going home with number 1 in the country right now.
Yeah, and I expect that he'll get a deadlift, so that shouldn't be an issue.
All he has to do is pull the bar.
Yeah.
Sean Patota makes easy work of that 110 kilograms, and he's happy about it. He must be excited.
It'll be interesting to see what place Matthew is sitting in going into the deadlifts on that platform, too.
While you're looking at that, we're starting openers now on platform number 4 for the next flight. Reagan Barons with a opener of 72.5 kilograms. And Hee Kui from University of Houston opening with 120 kilograms on his platform as well, platform number 1.
So Matthew, after bench, is currently forecasted in 6th place, despite setting that American record by so much. The guys in that 60-kilo weight class are all so incredibly close to each other. The qualifying totals are tight. And it is going to be tough to get on that medal stand. But he has set himself up in a good position in 6th to maybe set a good total. It is worth noting that he is in that first flight on that platform, so he will complete his deadlifts before those top-seeded lifters begin their deadlifts. So they will know exactly what they need to do to pass him for the medal stand. So he is at a little bit of a disadvantage, having been placed in that earlier flight. But the placements in that earlier flight were earned by qualifying totals coming into the meet. So it is fair that he is in that flight. But he will be attempting to just hopefully put up a deadlift number that maybe somebody else can't quite pass.
Juan Torres with an easy opener of his at Texas A&M.
And we are on our last bench opener for this last flight on platform 1, and he got that successfully, 3 white lights, and we will start round 2.
Landon Longoria, second attempt of 120 kilograms, slow grind.
Excellent fight there to keep it moving and to keep it moving up without that up and down motion that a lot of people have been struggling with today.
It's amazing to see the resilience of some of these lifters. You know, just because their bar slows down doesn't mean their technique breaks down either. And that is a lot. There's a lot to be said about that.
Yeah, and like we said, there's no points for it moving fast or slow. It's just points for completion.
Exactly. And when you see them not break down technically, that is them telling us, you know, I've done this enough, my body trusts enough to go through that stressor and get it done the way it's supposed to get done. Faith Jordan makes easy work of that opener with 80 kilograms. But judges gave her 2 reds. Diego Pinello misses in his second for 95 kilograms, and EJ Gege getting his second opener at 95 kilograms on platform number 2.
And unfortunately, on platform 1, it was a no lift. The lifter lifting now on platform 4, Issa, did elect to skip her 3rd squat attempt after bagging that 182.5 on her second, possibly saving some energy and effort for these benches or the deadlifts coming up in an hour or so.
And that's the thing about equipped powerlifting too, is like it's not uncommon to elect to not take your 3rd if your 1st and 2nd were what you needed. It can be very taxing on your central nervous system when you're lifting above what your body can handle without the gear, or equipment I should say. So it can tire you out very quickly if you're not careful. We got Dylan Tran coming to the platform for his second attempt of 102.5 kilograms on platform 1, and on platform 2, Wyatt Hosick with 107.5 kilograms. From Concordia. Philip Blaze making easy work of that 127.5 kilograms second attempt
and
from
Wyatt
UAB.
Made that also look very nice with that close grip bench.
And just like squat stances, bench grip widths vary among lifters. Some like to grip closer, some like to grip wider.
Yeah, so on squat stances, there actually is no regulation as to how close or how far you can go as long as you can hit depth from that position. On the bench, there is regulations as far as the widest grip you may use on the bench. When their spotters are loading the bar next for one of these athletes, you can actually see there's a ring on the bar about 3/4 of the way down that center area, that is the maximum width that the hands can be at.
Adam Brockman makes easy work of that.
Good lift for Dax as well with that 110. Love to see it.
Michael Salbich opening with a second attempt of 127.5 kilograms on platform number 3. And Joseph Malik coming back for his second attempt on platform number 1, 105 kilograms.
Lauren with her opener makes it look easy. 3 white lights for her. She has earned 3 white lights.
Joseph Malik makes swift work of that one.
And we do have 2 athletes left with their openers on platform 4 before we move to the second attempts.
Gabe Arroyo on platform 2 with a self lift off with 117.5 kilograms, excuse me.
Yeah.
Super easy.
I think most of the lifters would be able to do any of their bench attempts with a lift off by themselves. It just makes it a little bit harder. Having that spotter do that lift off just conserves a little bit of energy and helps make sure that the lifter can start from their ideal start position. Sometimes in order to unrack that bar, you might have to move out of that start position.
Exactly.
But for certain athletes who maybe bench with a little bit of a flatter back or a closer grip, it's easier to unrack the bar by yourselves than it is for those who choose to elect more of an arch and a wide grip just because of the way that they are positioned.
Exactly. And I'm a big proponent of practice how you play. So if you don't take a lift off during training, you probably shouldn't take one from the platform.
Yeah.
Sebastian Garza making fast work of his opener at 120 kilograms. He's walking off the platform knowing he nailed that. Didn't even need to look at the lights. Sean Murray's coming up, opening with a 2-plate bench of his own. 275 pounds, 125 kilograms. From?
Sean Murray's from Davenport University.
That's a cool thing, too. There's a lot of these schools that I haven't heard of, and I'm learning about for the first time. It's pretty awesome.
Davenport's got a good powerlifting team up there. They're in contention for some of those team awards and top team placements as well.
All right. Gabriel Rangel joined the platform with a 112 kilogram second attempt of his own. And Danielle McIntyre opened with 100 kilograms. Little stall there, push through it. Chief referee did give 1 for downward motion, but 2 to 1's a good lift.
Yeah, and you'll notice that she just elected to do her bench with her belt on. Certain lifters will elect to do that. It is completely up to the lifter. I think it is more common for the men sometimes to wear their belts on their benches just for that extra bracing. I think a lot of times that might just have to do with the setup, is that women commonly more use the arch a little bit, maybe a little bit more flexible in the backs, so that bench can prevent some of that arch. But if you have a flatter back, that belt on the bench can help be a reminder to just brace properly for the lift.
And I will say, too, I use my belt to hold my shirt in place.
Yeah, I think it's also more common for the equipped lifters to hold things in the right spot.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you'll see people walk out with what they call a bench belt, basically, where it's just an inch instead of the regular belt. So it's just thinner to not restrict that movement.
Geraldine exploded that off her chest.
Easy with the 110 on 4, yeah.
Ari Whittam on platform 3 with a second attempt of 145 kilograms. Smoked that. And Ray Cedino from Davenport. Bring it in, buddy. Let's go. Open with 2 plates. You called it. You got it. Easy work.
Looks like our platform 3 athletes have thus far today been our most successful in terms of hitting lifts. They have the least red lights on their LiftingCast of all 4 platforms. Just kind of, like we said, it's a little bit contagious in powerlifting. Sometimes you make a lift, and that encourages the person after you to want it that much more and go out there and hit their lift too.
And that same effect could be said too negatively if they keep seeing people miss their lifts.
For example, it looks like in this flight on platform 1, we do have a lot of red lights from that squat.
It can be a little mentally daunting seeing someone fail a weight that you're supposed to hit next. For sure.
Yeah, or less than.
Exactly. Platform 4, we're going to welcome back Bailey O'Sullivan with 75 kilograms on her second attempt for bench press. And on platform number 1, Tyler Chang is about to hit his second attempt at 115 kilograms. Come on, Tyler, put some weight on the bar, buddy. That was too fast. Speedy benches belong in the warm-up room. Thank you. Brandon Rivera with his final attempt of 110 kilograms.
For Friends University.
Quick descent, fight for it. The bar started going back down just a little bit. And just like we talked about earlier, you know, that downward motion rule, the moment we see that bar as spotters and loaders go back down a little bit, we're grabbing it for the safety of you as a lifter. So definitely agree with that for the safety reason as to having that blue light. Joseph Hernandez, welcome to the, or Juan Torres Alvarez, welcome to the platform for your second attempt at 92.5 kilograms. And Andrew Muchina hitting his second attempt on platform 1. A little slow.
Interesting fun fact about Juan Torres Alvarez, he actually was a medalist last year. He got 5th place.
Wow.
And this year, he's looking to hopefully return to that medal podium because he also had the 5th highest qualifying total.
Wow.
With a 5:15, so we'll have to see if he can hit that today. I wonder if maybe he might be a little bit of, well, he did struggle with that squat, having to hit that 3rd attempt after missing his first 2, so he's missing some kilos there. But I wonder if maybe he's a little bit of a good example of a deadlift specialist where he might come into the end with a lower total but be able to pull for some of that top placement to get that big qualifying total matched.
Absolutely. And a lot of times we do see, you know, some of those dark horse lifters come in through deadlifts and just pull something absolutely amazing to make that total well-rounded and as big as they can. Sean Patoda coming to the platform for the last time for bench press with a final attempt of 115 kilograms on platform 3. And he's had a good day.
Well, he made his first 2 bench attempts, but he only got the 1 squat in, so he's probably looking to make up for that on the bench and the deadlift.
I think I just jinxed him. I'm so sorry, Sean.
Happens.
Platform number 4, we have Faith Jordan coming out with her second attempt, a retake of her opener with 80 kilograms.
And then on platform 3, our next athlete up is Landon. Landon has made his first 5 attempts, all 3 squats being made and his first 2 benches. So he'll be looking to come out of the bench 6 for 6 so far on the day. So let's see if he can get this 122.5. He did take a 7.5 for his first jump and then just a 2.5 for that second. So if that second one was a little bit hard, it could be a test for him here.
Solid unrack and confident holding it in his hands.
And unfortunately, that will be a no lift for him. It is really easy to miss your 3rd attempt on bench. I don't know about equipped lifting, but in raw lifting, that's objectively the hardest lift of the meet is that 3rd attempt bench.
It's the hardest one to gauge how exhausted you are for sure, because the heaviest plate you can add to your bench press is the 1.25 kilogram one.
Yes, just a reminder for everybody, these athletes have to make 2.5 kilo jumps unless they are breaking a record.
We have Nico Pinello coming back to the platform for his final attempt at 95 kilograms. He missed it on his second, so we'll get behind him to make sure he gets his 3rd. Ramses Ramirez returning to the platform for his second attempt at 97.5 kilograms.
Another athlete looking to come out of the bench 6 for 6 potentially.
Come on, Jonathan.
Fight.
Come on,
Fight.
Jonathan.
And
Little
it
down
goes
lift, they
back
got him.
down, so unfortunately it's a no lift there as well. We have one more athlete coming up that is in that same spot. Maybe third time's a charm, and maybe Sky will be able to come out of the bench having made all 3 squats and all 3 benches on this platform 3. Sky is looking for 125.
He's been having an amazing day.
And Sydney on platform 4, I couldn't quite tell, but it looked like maybe her butt came off the bench a little bit, but the side judges did not call it, so it must have been good. It was a good lift, 2-to-1. It's hard to tell from this angle. Sometimes when they move, it can look like maybe they've adjusted their hips, but they really haven't. It could just be their arch or their bracing in the middle of the lift. That's what the side judges are for. They have the best view of that.
Sky, woo, that bar is loaded for you, buddy. Finish strong, young man. EJ Gege smokes his second attempt, 100 kilograms. Easy work for him on platform 2. And platform 1, Dylan Tran hoping to redeem himself with a third attempt, or repeat of his second attempt, 102.5 kilograms.
Same situation on platform 3, looking for redemption is Esteban, trying to repeat that 127 that he missed on his second attempt. And Denise looking for a 95 on platform 4. That's a good chunk, over 200 pounds.
Dylan had a grind. He's clapping. He got it. We'll see if Esteban can make that same result. Seems that Denise has just hit that wall.
He gets it up. I think probably it's a good lift.
Esteban did amazing on that one. No complaints from the judges there.
You see him kind of walking off, holding his back. Sometimes when you have to fight really hard on bench and brace and have such a long lift like that where it is a slower extended lift and you're just under that bar for more time, that tension can kind of just cause maybe a little bit of like cramping more so than an actual injury.
Absolutely.
Or it could just be lingering soreness as well, but we'll have to see if that affects his deadlifts at all.
Maybe he needs some element. 100 milligrams of sodium, 200 milligrams of potassium, and 60 milligrams of magnesium, keeping you hydrated and cramp-free when you get those tight muscles during those lifts.
Good plug right there for one of our sponsors. We would like to thank them for sponsoring us here at Collegiate Nationals. All right, and it looks like we have Dax on platform 2. The name bar at the bottom just is wrong there. Dax is doing 115.
Come on, Dax.
Fight. And unfortunately, not today on that for Dax, but he will try that one again on the next lift. Likely the same amount of weight there.
Up next on platform 4, we have Danielle McIntyre. So far, she's gone 3 for 3 in the squat. She's got her opener at 100 kilograms for bench, and she's on a 105 right now. She made light work of that.
Gabe, platform 2, looking to make his second bench attempt. He jumped 5 kilos from 117.5. He looks to be having a good day so far.
All right, Sebastian Garza coming back to the platform to hit his second attempt at 127.5 kilograms. 281 pounds.
Yeah, and that 127.5 plus that 207.5 squat that he recorded will give him a nice subtotal, moving on, potentially even adding more on the third lift, and then moving into the deadlifts.
And Geraldine Tofola from University of Texas Austin. Slow grind on her bench, but she got it. 3-way lights.
And Sebastian on 2 was part of a tie in terms of qualifying totals for the third place qualifying total. Sebastian and Gabe were both had a 5:32.5 coming in.
That makes for an exciting meet. He made that look so easy. He's not even gonna look at the board because he knows he's gonna get it. And it is a good lift for Sebastian. Daniela Valdez, welcome back to the platform with 117.5 kilograms second attempt after missing an opener at 112 kilograms. Currently, she's got a 402 squat, 182.5 kilograms, looking to extend that total. She got that start command, easy touch to the chest, smooth lockout.
Yeah, that was a good lift for her.
You have 3 white lights.
Risk and reward going up after that first miss, but well thought out decision by the coach there. Had some faith that she could make that lift, and she took that faith and executed.
She delivered. On platform 3 from UMass, Ari Whittam. Looks like he got his 150 kilogram bench press, and he did, extending his total up.
We always talk about the attempt selection and making the jumps and how the lifter decides that. We know they have a plan coming in, but a lot of times the coach and the lifter, they have 60 seconds after the completion of the lift to decide what they want to do for the next attempt and submit that next attempt, weight, what they would like. If they do not submit it, the scoring table will automatically give them an attempt that is 2.5 higher if they made the lift, or the same if they missed the lift the previous time. But as a lifter, it is an incredibly gratifying experience to walk off of a lift like thinking, okay, follow the plan, that was a good lift, move up my 10 kilos that I had scheduled, and your coach say like, no, that was really good, let's go up 15. It just gives you a whole nother boost of adrenaline and confidence, because these coaches are so professional. They've seen so many lifts. When they say something is good, that is high praise.
Exactly. And that's not to say that you should be concerned either when they tell you that, hey, maybe we should take a more conservative jump, because at the end of the day, the thing that we understand is that your biggest total wins your weight class.
Yes, and the coaches are looking out for your interests as well as the team interests, and they just want to make sure that you can get your biggest total possible. So maybe you could try a 185, but maybe not get that 185, but you could try a 182.5 and nail it.
Exactly.
They're going to play it conservatively there.
And it looks like we have an American record attempt on platform number 4, 132.5 kilograms for Tansy Vordonis.
And she must have opened raw with that 70 and then made this big jump to that 132.5.
My, oh my.
Let's see it.
From Northeastern University. She's brought it down nice and controlled. Fast off the chest. A little bit of a stick.
She's fighting. She gets the lockout. No lift, unfortunately. Receiving both blue and yellow lights there. A little bit of up and down motion maybe during that fight, but that was her second attempt, so she can come back out and try that again and kind of amend that. She was really close there.
Absolutely.
Seemed a little bit maybe flustered walking off the podium. Probably knew she should have had that.
I think we did see the hips rise too a little bit there, but hard to tell from that angle, as we said earlier. But it did look like she was losing to the left just a tad. But we'll see her again on her third.
Yes, and we did finish the benches for the second flight on platform 3, and so they are taking that break before they move to deadlift. So they have just under 10 minutes, 9 minutes left before they'll start deadlifts there.
Yep.
And we are close to a similar spot on platform 1 with just 3 benchers left to go with their third attempts. All 3 of them have made their first 2, so we'll see which of the 3, hopefully all, will be able to get their third attempts.
Yeah, Alec Chang's been having a pretty good day. He's only missed his opening for squat. It's off his chest. It came up quick.
Yeah, and he fought through that. I think he fought through that pretty cleanly. Good effort there for 3 white lights for Alec.
I think I saw him skip off the platform. He must be happy. Joseph Hernandez with his second attempt of 140 kilograms. Smooth like butter. And he's going to round out second attempts for platform 2. Back to the top of the order for platform 2, starting off third attempts. Juan Torres Alvarez with 95 kilograms. Again.
And you'll see that Glentarius Brown has elected to skip that third bench after making the first 2, likely just conserving energy for that deadlift. It does look like he has a little bit higher of a deadlift than some of the people he's going against, so maybe he just wants that extra energy and that advantage.
Exactly, especially if he's pulling for the win and he's in that second flight too of the session. Reagan Behrens with her third attempt for platform number 4, University of Nebraska. She's elected to take all of her attempts raw for bench press so far. Slow grind up, punching it through.
Ought to be a good lift.
Amazing work. She's happy about that.
Yeah, and she lifts with a very flat back position, which isn't as common anymore, but is super respectable.
A close grip as well.
Yeah. Got a kind of traditional bench style there.
And Brady Collins smoked his third on platform number 1 with 135 kilograms. Up next on platform number 3, we're going back to deadlifts. Or platform number 1, I mean. We're getting the bar loaded for deadlifts. Platform number 2, we have Ramses Ramirez. Coming up with his final attempt of 102.5 kilograms, 226 pounds.
And on both platforms 2 and 4, we are on those third and final bench press attempts. Really slow for Janelle, but she is fighting and she locks that out. That ought to be a good lift, and she earns 3 white lights for it.
Amazing work for her. Alrighty. On platform number 4.
Unfortunately, no lift for Ramses on 1. On platform 4, we do have that American record attempt from Tansy. Oh, maybe not.
I think our LiftingCast up there has a little bit of a hiccup.
Yeah.
Spotters and loaders are trying to figure this out with the chief referee to figure out what's going on, because it did say to load the American record, so
which is obviously out of order on platform 4.
Yeah. So they're gonna get that figured out. EJ Gege coming up with his final attempt on platform number 2 with 102.5 kilograms, 226 pounds. Come on, EJ. Show us what's going on. Oh, he's fighting. I hear him yelling. Barking back down. Yeah. Chief referee calling take it. It's all right. We'll see him back for deadlift for sure.
And just a shout out to those lifters as they fight there, because it is so incredibly hard to hold that bar at that middle position for that long and try and fight through there. And especially to keep it in that clean position where if they did fight through it would still be a good lift. So
exactly.
We got Wyatt stepping up here on 2 for 115.
From Concordia University. $253. Easy money.
Good on 2.
Seems to have a little bit of drama here. Joseph Hernandez at the end of the flight on platform 2, looking to take the American record that was just set by chipping it with 148.5 kilograms. Oh my goodness, do we have some drama here at Collegiate Nats Day 1.
Dax fighting.
Dax hammers the second attempt.
And he gets that lift. 3 white lights and a high five from coach over there.
Amazing mental toughness after missing a second.
Yes.
Great work.
Good for him.
Looks like we have things back square in order on platform number 4. Sydney Dose.
Yeah, short delay there, figuring out what was going on.
Coming back with a third attempt of 92.5 kilos. Gilbert Perez back on platform 2 with his final attempt of 117.5 kilograms. And I will tell you guys, ladies and gentlemen, the energy here is unreal as we are seeing these lifters' final attempts. Their crowds, their schools, their teams really coming out here and just cheering them on. There's no place like it. Sydney Dose gets that start command. She threw it off her chest.
Solid press for Sydney.
And solid press for Gilbert Perez, too.
2-1 for Sydney. One blue light for that down and up motion, but still a good lift. And you'll see there's a little bit of confusion again on platform 4 as the board is indicating once again to load that 132.5 for that American record. However, the next lifter should likely be Denise with 100 kilos.
So we just come to our attention that the second attempt, American record attempt, was not marked on platform 4 quite yet. So in terms of LiftingCast and the software, it's saying that that attempt logically should be the next attempt, despite it not being a good lift from the lifter.
Yes, because LiftingCast will automatically go in order by the attempt number. So because that is the second attempt that didn't get marked, it should be completed before any of the thirds move forward. So they're going to have to mark that in the LiftingCast and then move forward, hopefully, with this platform.
So our next lifter hold on, I think they're still getting this sorted on that platform. According to this, we should be on
back to the split screen as we start deadlifts. Final deadlift group of the night on platform 3, starting us off for those final groups in this last session.
Hunter Branson opened with 195 kilograms, made that look easy. Nicholas Kurtz up next with 200 kilograms, 441 pounds.
Tough fight for Lauren, unfortunately couldn't get past that sticking point.
Up on platform 4, we have Madison Anton looking to redeem herself after missing her opener and her second at 95.5 kilograms. Come on, Madison.
She is gonna have to fight for this if she wants to back up that 160 that she recorded on a third attempt squat and compete for a total today.
Platform 2, no lift for Sean Murray, but he's still gonna come out with a 130 kilogram bench press. We're gonna see him back on the platform for deadlifts here real soon. Up next on platform 2, Sebastian Garza having an amazing day so far.
Madison, bar is unracked.
Come on, Madison.
She lowers it, stretches out that shirt.
Go, go, go. Scrap, 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 scrap.
She gets it
Oh,
up,
lockout
locks
was
it
quick.
out.
Judges are going to say 2 to 1, no
Unfortunately,
lift.
no lift with those 2 blue lights for the up and down motion. The tough call is right there. Unfortunately, that means that she has not recorded a bench and will not record a total today. However, she should be very proud of making all 3 of her squats and recording that 160, which is an impressive number.
Absolutely. Davis Bourgeois making easy work of that first deadlift to 202.5 kilograms. Platform number 2, we still have Chase Chapa coming out with his 3rd attempt for bench press. Missed it on his 2nd. He's going to retake it for his 3rd.
Denise with 100 on platform 4. Really nice and slow and steady on the way down.
She's scrapping for it on the way up.
And unfortunately just falls back down.
Meanwhile, Chase Chapa fell just off the chest. And that's all good. We'll see him back here on the platform for deadlifts. All right, up next on platform 2 for his final bench press of the day, Lachlan Ho, 135 kilograms. He's got his opener. He nailed his 2nd. From Harvard. Just got some information. Harvard, man. High SAT score. Amazing. Amazing work. All right, Lachlan. Now it's time for you to get this bench press, buddy. Austin Ha made easy work of that 205 kilogram deadlift. Telling you, openers are flying like worms on platform 3. And Danielle McIntyre on platform 4, slow grind, but she looks like she got that lift. Judges are going to agree, 3 whites.
Looks like Lachlan is going to cut it close on time here. I don't think he's going to make it out in time to do this bench attempt.
No kidding. 3, 2, 1.
All right, so unfortunately that is a timeout and will be a no lift.
Platform 1 will be back in a minute and 20 seconds for deadlifts.
And our last bench attempt on platform 2 before platform 1 returns is Joseph Hernandez, who is attempting to break an American record that was just set in the previous flight, going to 148.5, beating that 148 by just a chip.
This is going to be very exciting.
Be interesting to see if he can nab this record.
And he's looking confident. But this is the kind of energy that we like to see at CNATs. You know, close benches, close calls, close competition. So it makes it exciting.
Yeah, and you want to see lifters just chip those records. The fighting for that record really, it makes them grow higher because you're not just fighting against yourself and picking a random number. You have to go as high as you can so that people will be unable to chip you. So we'll see if Joseph can get this American record sealed into his resume today.
Come on, Mighty Joe. Oh, he made that look too easy.
Yeah.
He made that look too easy. Oh, my goodness.
3 white lights. That was cold.
He had at least
He could have done
keys
more.
in him.
He picked that attempt just to chip the other guy and nab that record in the bag
so
for sure.
mean.
Icy cold on
it.
platform
I'm here
2.
for it. Wow. Absolutely unreal.
Matthew on 3 with that nice wide sumo deadlift stance.
He made that look too
so platform 2 will be moving to the deadlift
after a small
break. Platform 1 will be starting on deadlift as platform 2 begins their break. Platform 4, my mistake, has 3 lifters left and should be finishing up really soon.
They have been having some major hiccups with their LiftingCast throughout the day.
Daniela records a good 3rd bench attempt at 120. Followed by teammate Isa Benavides at 122.5. trying to bench more than her teammate.
Back on platform 1, we have Tanner Jacoby opening with 157.5 kilograms for his opening deadlift. And he pulled a warm-up. Well, it looks like that grip just slipped just a little bit. He'll come back and see if we can smash that on his second. Eric Kahn made 215 kilograms fly like a butterfly. Easy money on platform 3. And on platform 4, Isa Benavides, 122.5 kilograms for her final bench. On platform 1, we have Vincent Diaz opening with 160 kilograms. And I think this is really cool to see everyone's very different setup for deadlifts. You know, how they approach the bar, how they get their feet set in. Some of them like to shake it. Some of them like to throw their arms up.
No lift on 4, unfortunately. Receiving 2 yellow lights. I think that was just a little bit of a failure to lock out at the end, honestly.
Now Tansy Verdones to round out the final bench press on platform number 4 with the American record attempt, if I remember correctly.
Yes, and she did miss this last time, so we'll see if she can come out and nail it this time.
And it was awfully close, too, I mind you.
And highly anticipated since LiftingCast wanted her to go again right away.
Yeah.
After that miss mark.
The internet said, try again.
We want to see the 132.5.
Cody Hyun on platform number 1 gets 2-1 for some downward motion. Up next, Kai Uchiyama opening with 175 kilograms, 385 pounds.
Swift 215 for Uriel on 3.
I don't know if y'all can hear this, but the crowd's cheering for Tansy Verdones, hoping she gets this last and final attempt.
Trying to get that American record, and it would be incredible for her to come back and get this after missing it on her second attempt.
Aiden Alvarez opening with 215 kilograms of his own for his deadlift. But all eyes right now are on Tansy looking to set that American record.
Going for the glory here.
Come on, girl, make it happen. Strong to the chest. She looks like she's got it up.
And that was much better than the last one. Much smoother.
Night and day.
3
New
white
American
lights.
record holder, number 1 in the country. Amazing.
And she's up on the bench, gets to celebrate that American record, has a little dance party, and now she's gonna go back, take a breath, and refocus for the deadlift in order to pull for that final total. She was our second highest qualifier on the day.
And we'll see platform 4 back for deadlifts in about 10 minutes. Back on the platform for number 1, opening with 180 kilograms, Daniel Shin from Air Force Academy. His bar is loaded.
And his clock is running, and he is out there.
He forgot his belt, he forgot chalk, he forgot something.
I think he forgot his belt.
I was like, he looked at his hands.
He might have forgot a couple things.
There we go.
Yep.
Belt was definitely one of them.
There we go.
And that's the thing, too, is like it's really interesting to see people pull without a belt. I mean, I know sometimes technically it does hurt if you're not used to pulling with one.
Yeah. I was listening to a powerlifting podcast the other day, the Powerlifting and Power Balance podcast. They had a Collegiate Nationals preview that I was listening to, and they were discussing about whether you should be able to pull your opener without your belt or not. The general consensus was yes.
Absolutely.
And they said that some athletes will be able to and some athletes won't be able to, but you probably could go out there and pull your opener without your belt. It might be a little bit harder without that belt to help with that bracing, but most athletes could do it.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't even wear my belt that tight for deadlifts. Especially it's so restrictive. Platform number 1, Alejandra McCormick opening with a 402 deadlift. Man, I've seen a lot of deadlift openers over my years of spotting, loading, working powerlifting meets, and seeing and spectating, and that was so fast. That was debatably too easy. And he had the sassy belt flick to match. On platform number 3, Morgan Shelton from UCF with a second attempt of 215 kilograms. Getting himself psyched up and in the zone there. And David Hampton opening with 185 kilograms, 408 pounds. Ooh, I think he might have gotten some downward motion on that one.
I think at the top he just over-pulled it a little bit. He pulled it back too far because it was almost too easy for him. So he surprised himself at the top, and he kind of locked out that back too quick, and it threw him off balance.
Exactly, and it's not uncommon to see too, like, people open their deadlifts super conservatively because they don't know how much gas they're going to spend on their bench press and their squat. But sometimes, you get to change your opener if you really need to.
Yeah.
If it's moving fast in the warm-up, why not just jump it up a little bit,
When you're moving so fast on that first deadlift, when you go out to pull your first deadlift, even though you know it's going to be easy, you almost want to treat it like it's going to be hard and pull it a little bit slower and just maintain that control over it to make sure that the deadlift gets technical points so that the lift can be recorded instead of just going for broke and pulling so fast. Because when you pull so fast, it can be hard to stop properly at the top and hold it till you get the down command from that head judge.
Oh, yeah. Couldn't agree more. That was literally what happened when I missed my deadlift opener. It was kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, people don't usually miss their deadlift openers because they can't get it off the ground. They usually miss their deadlift openers because they almost were too conservative and too light with it, and when they went to pull it off the ground, it came up so fast it caught him off guard.
Exactly. Tian Pham.
You never want to treat a weight like it's going to be light, so you always want to pull with that full power, but you don't want to pick a weight that's so light that when you pull with that full power, it is too much.
And it's interesting you say that because a lot of that too boils down to confidence. Sometimes your hamstring feels a little sticky, going into your last event of deadlifts, and you're just trying to play it safe to maximize your total, and then you pull it too quick, and there it is. Stephen Tran from University of Houston opening with 200 kilograms, 441 pounds.
And on platform 3, we are just in those first couple athletes on their second attempt of deadlift.
Now, it was to our information that Emily from platform number 4, let me take a look and we can see here. We did miss a big bench press from her. Give me just a second. So she had 137? Okay. So for Tanzia Verdonis, she nailed the 132, but turns out she missed it narrowly, and we did miss 137. She did miss a 137 attempt off screen for her final attempt for bench press to extend that American record. So sorry that we missed that one for you guys. On platform number 3, we have Matthew Mancias opening, with a second attempt, of 222.5 kilos. Gathering his thoughts there. And there is a maximum width for sumo deadlift in the deadlift. It's called your toes touching the plates, in case you guys are wondering there at home. Such patience off the floor.
And you see that when he goes to put that bar down, because of that wide stance, he has to tuck his toes in order to not drop the bar on his foot.
And as long as his heels don't leave the ground, it is a good lift. On platform number 1, Vincent Diaz opening with 165 kilograms after missing his opener at 160 kilograms. And on platform 2, we're going to welcome Jefferson Wynn, who might time out his opener.
His clock has just started, so I think he'll be all right.
That was the reset clock. Okay. All right, Jefferson, your turn. 160 kilograms. You got it, buddy.
Braden.
He moved 225
Big
easy.
225 on platform 3. That was an exceptionally strong, solid pull.
And Vincent Diaz and Jefferson Wynn both nail their attempts.
That was a 15-kilo jump for him, which is considerably a decent-sized jump, but you could expect that he would almost match that based on how easy that looked.
Welcome to the platform for your second attempt, Braulio Rodriguez. Pulling a real 225 deadlift. Liam Burke killing 160 kilograms right there. And Tarek Ebali waiting eagerly to see if he got his second on platform number 1.
Yeah, that 225, 4 reds.
And a no lift for Tarek. Some downward motion there for the judges. How did he do?
Good,
oh my
solid
goodness.
lift on 3. That was pretty fast. Definitely had to work to lock it out at the top, but it was a smooth, quick lockout, so I think he'll be good to move up some more for his next lift.
I think it's important to note, sometimes with sumo lifters, it'll either be really slow off the floor and just a little slower at lockout, but really fast in the middle. And then conventional pullers, it can either be a grind the whole way or real slow off the floor and real slow to the top. All right, Bo Brown coming to the platform for platform number 1 with 182.5 kilograms, looking to break that 400-pound barrier. And on platform 2, Nick Tang to open with 160 kilograms. Judges say no lift. He's going to ask them what went wrong there, and he's going to retake it. And it is important to note, as a lifter, you can ask what went wrong to make sure you can correct it.
You are supposed to ask that to the scoring table, though, not the judges. The scoring table will tell you, or the jury can tell you what color lights you got for your lift and what caused what was the cause for the disqualification of the lift. You should not actually ask the platform judges themselves, because that will stop the flow of the competition, and sometimes it can honestly help you if you ask the jury or the scoring table instead just what color lights you got, because sometimes you can come across a little aggressive when you kind of ask that to the platform judges. It can maybe come across a little bit like you're questioning their call, which you are, but you don't want to come across and seem rude and offend them at all.
Exactly. Wow, Gerald Rico on platform 3 opening with a 500-pound deadlift. that was easy.
Lightweight.
And Kai Uchiyama on platform number 1, 2-to-1 no lift.
We
for
are
408.
Back on platform 2 at the deadlifts. Trucking along nicely there. A couple lifters in.
Deadlifts always move the fastest when you're on the platform.
Yeah?
There's no rack heights and you get one command.
And I think lifters on deadlift kind of have a little bit of adrenaline, so a lot of them will just kind of walk up to the bar right away and try and kind of get it over with so that they don't have to overthink it.
Exactly. If I had to say there's an event that, oh, hold on.
Nice
little
little
hitting a
flex there on platform 3.
I'd say he's happy with that lift. And he's still got one more attempt. Daniel Shin with a grind for 195 kilograms at the top there. 3 white lights, and he's happy about it. Jacob Smith, easy opener on platform 2. And on platform 3, Aiden Alvarez with a second attempt of 235 kilograms. He moved 501 with his opener. It's too easy.
So let's see if he can pull this off the ground really quick. And it just really doesn't move off the floor, unfortunately. Sometimes in that sumo, like we talked about, it can just be really hard to get it to start coming off the floor.
And sumo itself is such a technical movement. I'm not saying that there's no technique to conventional deadlifting, but sumo and conventional both are very, like, the movement as a whole, so ridiculously technical, especially as you're at these maximum level of weights.
Yeah, I think that sumo probably is more technical than the conventional, just because you have to be so precise and even with it every time, because if you're a little bit off or a little bit different, you can fall forwards or backwards or just not even get that pull off the floor. Where in conventional, sometimes if you're a little bit off, you can correct mid-lift, but you don't have that option in sumo. Oh, and unfortunately, it looks like the grip came off. Kind of looks at his hand, maybe he might have ripped his hand a little bit potentially.
I'll tell you, it's one of the most painful things is ripping a callus open on a sharp bar. David Hampton pulling 200 kilograms with style. Man, oh man, 3 white lights for him. I will say, I love seeing all the sassy belt flicks after a successful lift.
Yes. See those Instagram videos where it's just belt flick ASMR and they just flip it off, completion.
And they try and stone cold the camera. It's glorious. Hunter Branson looking to pull.
No,
but it's just stable the floor today.
Wasn't good the second time and it wasn't good the third.
On platforms 1 and 2, platform 2, Brandon Almendarez opening with 175 kilograms, and he made light work of that. On platform number 1, Tank Nguyen with a second attempt of 207.5 kilograms. Notice the patience he has in wedging himself into the bar there. Quick descent, tough at the lockout.
And you will see the lifters also as they come out to deadlift. You notice that they all put on their fancy tall socks. That is required. They do have to wear the knee-high socks, and that's just to avoid the shins scraping on the bar, especially for those sumo lifters who pull a little bit closer. They're trying to avoid the shins scraping and just potentially blood getting on the bar. The socks just help solve that problem. It's an easy solution to make it more sanitary and more friendly for all the lifters.
Man, we don't have to clean it every time. Keeps the meat moving.
Yeah.
Morgan Shelton coming back for his final attempt at 212.5 kilograms. He was unsuccessful on his second, but retaking it for his third.
Yeah. And his opener was 202, and this is a 10-kilo jump from that opener, so he should probably be able to do it since it is within that 10 of his opener. Might have just gotten a bad pull on that second one, so we'll see if he can come out with some confidence and just kill it.
Exactly. And Hakeem Collins opening with 175 kilograms. Bar looked like it was teeter-tottering a little bit at the top, but overall ridiculously fast and easy money for him. One of our spotters and loaders on platform 3, JP, was dancing in front of the camera.
And just so for time awareness, we do have about 2.5 minutes until those deadlifts on platform 4 are going to get started, and we will rejoin that platform 4 live stream to our feed. Don't worry.
Steven Tran made some easy work of that. Pretty sure that was him.
You see all the spotters just took a cute little picture on platform 3, posing and cheesing for the camera for us.
Ethan Werman on platform number 1 with a second attempt of 237.5 kilograms. He smoked his opener at 220. 17.5 kilogram jump for him.
Yeah, and he is our last second attempt deadlifter for this flight for platform 1.
Heaviest puller of the flight, and he moved that so quick.
Yes, sir. Matthias as well. That was a snappy little opener there. Expect he'll take a nice jump after that. So as we start to move to these third deadlifts, they are pulling for final placements. You're going to see the board maybe say that they're pulling up to a higher place. So this, for example, on platform 1, we have some athletes that are currently in second in the top 10, but are expected to finish more in that 20th range after the athletes from the other flights on the other platforms have completed some deadlifts. Of course, these athletes, when they put themselves in that second place position, the athletes from the other flights do have to outlift them to bump them down to their forecasted place on LiftingCast. But it is worth noting that they are an earlier flight and that there are athletes after them. So when they pull their third deadlifts, they are not actually pulling for final placements in terms of overall results, because athletes will go after them and they will move.
And that is the advantage, too, of making sure that when you qualify and get your qualifying total, you're not just hitting that bare minimum. You're trying to smash it so that when you get seated at these national level competitions, you are in a more advantageous position to pull for the win, bench for the win, squat for the win.
Yeah, you definitely want to get that seating in that top flight for your weight class so that you can pull at the same time as those top lifters. And we are rejoined by platform by platform 4 with Maggie, who is opening us up on deadlifts for platform 4 with an easy 100. Warm-up weight for her. See what she jumps to for her second attempt.
Platform 3, we are back with Morgan Shelton coming back to smash his third attempt. 212.5 kilograms. Tanner Jacoby taking his final attempt at 170 kilograms on platform number 1. And Paul Herrera opening with 210. Tanner Jacoby. Come on, judges, what do we say? We have a light malfunction. He's praying for it. Good lift for Tanner. Good lift for Paul.
And we got Nicholas on platform 3 trying to reattempt that 215 that he just unfortunately missed on that previous attempt. We'll see if maybe he can get a stronger pull off the ground for this one to get it able to lock it out at the top.
Currently, all the openers on platform 4 are looking like warm-ups. Come on, Nicholas. Pull, 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 pull.
Pull,
Pull,
up,
pull, pull.
up.
Just get it hips
And he
through.
locks that out at the top, and he waits for the down command very patiently. Good job. The lift is good, 2-1. Yeah, that center judge being a little picky there, but the side judges with that best view give the white lights for a good lift. More openers on platform 4 with Rachel at 112.
And we have Cody Hune on platform number 1, looking to final attempt of 177.5. And he moved that like an opener. What kind of trickery is this?
Yeah, sometimes on the deadlift, they might take a smaller jump from their first to their second lift just to conserve energy if they're looking to make a big pull for a new PR or something on lift 3.
Austin Ha was looking to pull 225.5.
Good fight. Starts shaking a little bit off the ground and just can't get it back under control to get it up to that top.
And in a similar situation on platform number 1, Kai Uchiyama looking to take 185 as his third after missing 185 for his second. He's asking them spotters and loaders to the center of the bar.
Yeah. And you can't ask them to do that. And usually they will honor your request.
If we're nice enough.
You say pretty please.
Yeah. I'll slide my Venmo later. All right, Davis Bourgeois pulling 225 kilos on his last lift.
Ah.
Kaiuchi Yama made swift work of that on the platform 1.
He's
Come on, fight for it.
Fighting.
Fight for it, Davis. Hold that bar.
Yes. He got that smooth out at the top. It really slowed down. It almost stopped, but it did not go down. So that is a good lift for him.
And those are the lifts that are exciting to see. And I mean, don't get me wrong. It's amazing to see someone pull something really fast. But when they grind to earn it and they get those 3 white lights, it's just such a cool thing to be a part of, a cool thing to see.
Commentating today and just watching in general, like, you kind of like to see that first attempt move really fast and be impressive and show that the athlete is there and present and confident. And then you like that second attempt to be more of a standard attempt kind of every day. And then that third attempt, you really like to see that athletes pick a weight that's hard for them.
Exactly.
Oh, and on platform 3, almost had it, but just unfortunately lost the grip and dropped the bar there just before receiving the down command. You could kind of see it was sliding in his hands. He was praying for dear life, trying to hold on, but just couldn't do it, unfortunately.
And that's the worst feeling. And I'll tell you right now, these Texas strength systems bars, they're sharp, especially when they're fresh. It's hard to hold on to for long periods of time. But, man, you get it just in your callus just right, you didn't let go in that bar.
Yeah.
Brandon
a little
Almond
extra
does.
chalk on and.
Yeah. Absolutely. My favorite though is like when you get someone that pulls sumo and then someone that pulls conventional, someone that pulls sumo. You got to clean that bar so much because a lot of these lifters are using baby powder to help minimize that friction on their legs. Making sure that doesn't get in your hands with the next lifter. And Matthew Mancias looking to pull 235 kilograms of his own.
Again, with that ultra wide stance, he's set up for that 235.
Come on, lock it out, Matt.
Got the down command. I don't think he locked it out. Yeah, unfortunately, he does get those red lights for not locking it out and the yellow light from the one judge. Same thing, kind of failure to complete that lift right there. I think he did a good job with being patient and pulling it off the ground. A lot of lifters will want it to come off the ground really right away, but you could really see him kind of start to pull the slack off that bar and then pull it from the ground after pulling the slack.
Truly. That's one of the hardest parts about sumo is making sure you're patient enough to get that wedge correct. Keem Collins just made light work after missing his opener of 402 pounds at 182.5 kilograms. And on platform number 1, Daniel Shin from the Air Force Academy looking to pull his final attempt at 205 kilograms. 195 was a bit of a scrap for him.
Yeah.
But
Took a little bit of a smaller jump. He went from that 15 to that 10, but we'll see.
Big wedge, big patience. Come on. Come on, lock it out, lock it out, lock it out.
Oh, unfortunately, no. He just hops back to get out of the way of that bar.
Kevin Eng joining the party at 185 kilograms from Pitt. 408 pounds. And on platform 4, Alexandria Licea, 160 kilograms, made that look so easy.
Yeah. And she actually is a returning top 10 finisher from last year. Last year she got 10th at Nationals.
Wow.
So I'm not sure where she's looking to finish today, but
do we know how many she's competing against today?
Improve on that placement. Right now she is forecasted in 3rd, so that is a big improvement in the standings for her potentially.
Well, these are those moments we live for, right?
Yeah. You kind of get that top 10 and you get that experience, and then the next year you say, hey, I'm one of the top lifters. Like, I'm top 10 in the nation. And you come back with that renewed sense of confidence as you look to move up the next year, and just that sense of confidence can really help you in your training.
Exactly. You get top 10, and all of a sudden you want top 5. You get top 5, you want top 3. You get top 3, you want number 1.
Yeah. Always looking to move up, always looking to add those kilos.
Exactly. On platform 2, on Bhattacharya, looking to open or get a second attempt of 187.5 kilograms here.
And Jennifer with an opener of 190, easy.
She made that look like child's play.
Had a couple little bar drops in a row right here on platform 3, so you can tell that this is the 3rd attempt and that they're tired. They're pulling their maximal weights, really trying to see what they can do.
Oh, Tank Wen has a cramp on his leg, trying to shake that out on platform number 1.
And on platform 3, we are almost to the end of that flight, and then we'll move to the next flight really shortly.
Oh, yeah.
Fight for Braden.
Amazing work. He says, shake it off. I got that.
3 white lights. I think he had to fight on his last one too a little bit. I think he might just be one of those lifters who kind of really has to fight through a majority of his lifts, but that's good because then they have practice really pulling those hard maximal loads.
And I think that's interesting too, right? It's a good observation is that there's lots of lifters who are explosive and fast, and then they gas out and can't grind through a lift, and there's lifters that are just slow, but they can scrap through anything. Gerald Rico looking to extend his total to 240 kilogram deadlift, but it's just glued to the floor there. And on platform number 1, Stephen Tran with his final attempt at 230 kilograms.
Open with 205. Smoke 215. Come on, Steven.
And you know he smoked a second attempt because his jump from his second to his third was bigger than his first to his second.
Exactly.
And he made that one
up.
look good too. Little jumping celebration there. Well earned though with those 3 white lights.
Amazing work from Steven Tran. Up next, Ethan Werman from Michigan. Going for 252.5 kilograms at 67.5. If I'm not mistaken, this is approaching a 4 times bodyweight deadlift.
Almost. A 4 times bodyweight deadlift for the 60 kilo class would be 240, so we've got a ways to go, but
I think it's also important to remember, though, right, is like just because his weight class is 267.5 doesn't mean he weighs near that if he wanted to, right?
yeah, but I think the next weight class down is a 56, so but the smaller weight classes do have a less range in them. You get up to these bigger weight classes for the men and the women, and some of the men's are 15 kilo differences in the weight classes, and
that's a good point.
Some of the women's top weight class jumps are 10 kilos, but Michaela, smooth 135, a little bouncy at the top, but 3 white lights and it's clean.
I'll tell you, I think deadlift might be my least favorite lift in terms of using equipment.
Yeah.
It's just so compressing on your body, and then you're trying to bend down to pick up that barbell. Makes it a little bit challenging.
So on 67.5, we have moved to our second flight, which includes our top seeded lifters for the 67.5 weight class. Starting off with Nick at 200 kilos.
And he made that look easy.
$225 for our last second attempt on platform 2 for this flight, but unfortunately no. It was the second attempt though, so they will get to try that again the next time around. And we will go to third attempts on platform 2, starting with 170. And then after that third attempt on platform 2, we will start over again with those first attempts for that final flight. Stick around because it is the deadlift is going and the tension is building as the lifters get excited and as they are pulling for these final places to determine the final standings and the potential team points. I know we've talked about team points a lot today, but just a reminder, a first place finish is worth 12 points, second place 9th, and so on. Or second place is 9 points, and so on down until the 9th place is worth 2 points, going down by 1 for each additional spot down to 9th. And 10th through 25th will get 1 point for the team. Finishing 26th will get you no team points. So lifters really do not want to finish 26th because they want to contribute to that team scoring. So even these flights that are going on right now, and you're looking at the projected placements, and that 20th isn't going to get you near the medals, but you really want to protect that team scoring because every point on the team scoring will matter for the final totals. A fight at the top for Vivian. It came off the ground well, and then we struggled a little bit to lock it out, but it was smooth, and it's 3 white lights.
We got Tyler Chang on platform number 1, opening with 190 kilograms for Rutgers.
And on platform 3, you did just see, I believe, a 215 for Jonathan Judo, and now you're going to see a 217.5 for Brandon Rivera. I like Jonathan's use of the sparkle belt in expressing his style as well.
Can't complain there. I'll tell you, Gino's probably jealous of it.
Have been told that the sparkle belts can give you magical deadlift powers, so.
Automatic 10 kilos to the total.
Yeah.
All right, on platform 2, a little bit of drama here. Alvin Briones needs to get this last deadlift to total at the meet. 180 kilograms for his final attempt.
If on platform 2 he can get this 180, he is forecasted 26.
He's got it up.
Yeah, he looked like he had it up pretty fairly decently, but got the blue lights at the top for that up and down as he finished the pull. He really probably could have done more weight at the top with that extra oomph for the lockout. So unfortunately, he will not register a total today.
And just because you lock it out, even if you bring that bar down just a little bit, it still does not count as a good lift. On platform 3, Sky Woo looking to pull or open with 220 kilograms. His sumo stance a little bit narrower than some of the ones we've seen.
I think it's interesting that when he does his sumo, a lot of the sumo lifters point their toes outwards, but his are really straight forwards. So that's just a technical difference. And really, it's up to just how his alignments and his leverages are. So it might be more comfortable for him to stand with those toes forward, but it is different than a lot of the other sumo lifters.
On platform 4, we do have a deadlift record coming up for the American record. Jennifer Benavides with 213 kilograms.
In the women's 70 kilogram equipped class. Yeah, the big 23 kilo jump just to chip that American record. The current American record for deadlift is 212 and a half. She's trying to break that just by that half kilo chip, so let's give her some love and some noise. Her first opener, I remember watching, it did look very light, so I have no doubt that she'll be able to play with this bar right here. Oh, just unfortunately, it came off the ground well, and I think she was leaning a little bit too far forward when she came off the ground, so then she couldn't lean backwards to get that bar up. I expect she could come out again and pull that really nicely, because like I said, it did have good speed off the ground.
And at that maximum level, every bit counts. You know, if you're misgrooved by even just a hair, it still is a variable and a factor that can affect your lift.
Strong opener for David.
Esteban Mallory opening with 230 kilograms on platform number 3. And Hakeem Collins looking to pull his final deadlift of 190 on platform 2. He made that look so easy. Do I think he sandbagged his deadlifts? Possibly. But he still did really good. One heck of a day for Hakeem Collins.
Strong conventional opener on platform 3 for Esteban. Georgia Tech lifter Hassan coming up with an opener of 235. See what he makes his opener look like. He's made a lot of his lifts look pretty easy today.
And opening with 210 kilos on platform 1, Gabriel Rangel makes that look super easy.
We have Ava for her final deadlift of 137 and a half, making that 300 mark on platform 4.
Kevin Eng locking out his final deadlift on
And
platform 2.
Another easy looking lift for Hassan.
Think we'll see quite a few people pull above 600 plus today?
I don't know.
Well, the way he pulled that last one, I'll tell you, might be pretty close for his third.
Yeah, on platform 3, we got this intense walk up from Sean.
Nick Tang looking to lock out 195. He looks surprised.
It moved really
Gives a
fast.
thumbs
It
up.
looked like there was maybe some support at the top, which is I think why he got that red light. But he did get the 2 whites, so he'll have to clean that up a little bit for his second attempt as he adds more weight. But he does get a good lift in for that opener.
Sean Patoda looking to open with 237.5 kilograms.
And unfortunately for Rachel, that 140 just couldn't get past the knees.
Come on. Platform 2, he's trying to scrap for it. It's too heavy that day.
Easy for Sean Patoda on 3. That was a fast opener.
On platform 2, Dylan Dipe with a final attempt of 197.5. If I remember correctly, this was the lifter whose dad said put some cheese on the burger, right? All right. Cheese on the burger. Let's go, Dylan. Load it up, man. His attempts have been moving like butter so far
On
today.
platform 3, we have Michael Slavic pulling his opener of 257.5. Makes that look easy. He is our top qualifier for today's category of the men's raw 67.5. So we'll have to see what he can pull next.
All right, Dylan's ripping it up. Good work. He's happy. He nailed it. All right, up next on platform 9 for 9 for Dylan Dipe. I'll tell you right now, I don't think he just put some cheese on the burger. He served up with some fries, maybe even a pickle on the side, guys. That was amazing work by him. On platform 1, we have Ian Morgan, who just pulled 225 kilograms. And up next, Adam Brockman from Tennessee, opening with 230 kilograms.
Yeah, Matthew today, I got to watch his American bench press record. He set that in the first flight of this session at that 148, and it got chipped by a lifter in the next flight at 148.5. So that heartbreak of not walking out of here today with that American record title, but he does pull that 200 very nicely for a respectable total. And he is kind of a dark horse lifter because he right now is projected 4th after the next flight's openers. So some of them are going to definitely have to hit their second or lifts to pass him for a spot on the podium, but he has a shot.
That's amazing.
And he did go 8 for 9 on the day, just missing that third bench, unfortunately. But 8 for 9 is incredible, especially when that second bench was an American record at the time.
We're rolling into third attempts now for platform number 2.
Yeah, we're almost done with them. Yeah, so platform 2 coming out is Matthias with a 207.5. If he pulls this and he gets it, he will finish the day 9 for 9. So I'm sure there's some extra motivation just to get this lift.
Vivian Penn looking to pull her final attempt on platform 4 for Texas A&M, 162.5 kilograms. She's moved her opener, her second attempt, pretty quick. Tough lockout.
Unfortunately, kind of has the same type of struggle as I believe I remember her having last time, just struggling at the top. She moves them fast off the floor, and then that lockout can just get tough sometimes. And Sky coming out to amend that 220 opener miss on platform 3.
Platform 1, Tyler Chang moves 202.5 real easy. And on platform 2, that bar is loaded for Paul Herrera, 220 kilograms, 485 pounds. Sky Wu to pull 496 pounds.
And on platform 2, we do just have 2 lifters left in this flight with Paul and Zachary.
Good lift for Sky. A little bit of redemption there. On platform 1, no lift for Jose. Up next on platform 1, Joseph Malik with 215 kilograms for his second attempt. And on platform 2, they're getting that bar loaded for Zachary McCaffrey to redeem himself after missing 225 for his second attempt.
right, last lifter of the flight for platform 2. Hoping to cap out this flight with a strong 225.
Come on, Zachary. Make a move fast, buddy. It's up, it's up, it's up, it's up. Lock it out. Lock it out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You saw he kind of craned the neck on the way up, trying to just will himself up to the top, but unfortunately that is a no lift 2-1.
Landon Longoria made quick work of 230 kilograms. No lift according to the head judge, but 2-1 good lift from the sides.
Looks like on platform 4, we're going to move to Kate with a 165.
And we're to the top of the order on platform 2 with their openers. Juan Torres Alvarez.
Yeah.
170 kilograms. And on platform 3, Brandon Rivera looking for a second attempt at 230 kilograms to break that 500-pound barrier with 507. Brandon, a little bit of a grind there. Looked like the grip was slipping a little bit.
Up and down maybe at the top.
I'd agree, yep.
Yeah, he does actually get all 3 infraction colors, yellow, blue, and red. So a lot of technical issues at the top of that deadlift right there. It was a strong pull from the ground, but just that lockout kind of had a couple different things going on.
Justin Gonzalez, hold up, sorry, Jackson Vanderloop making 232.5 look like nothing.
Yeah. Alexandra really trying to pull through the top here. She does get that down command, but unfortunately receives both red and blue lights for a no lift.
And a little observation here, you'll see some of these equipped lifters deadlift in their squat suit or use a deadlift suit. It really just depends on where the pressure is on the hips that determines which suit for which, or which is more comfortable to pull with. Ari Whittam made 235 look like a warm-up.
Child's play.
Yeah.
And then on platform 4, for this flight, we do just have 2 lifters. We have Olivia and Jennifer left. And Jennifer will be re-attempting that 213 American record attempt next, so pay attention. Watch out for her.
David Patterson decked out an A7 everything. Coming to pull 237.5 after smoking 230.
Just doesn't come off the ground. All right, on platform 3, they are once again loading that American record attempt of 213 for Jennifer Benavides from Midland. She did miss it on her second attempt. We'll see if she can amend that miss on the third attempt here. See, on that second attempt on the deadlift, she did miss it with 3 yellow cards, 1 from each of the judges.
On platform 3, Esteban Mallory looking to extend his total with 242 kilograms for his deadlift. Ooh, he's fighting for that one. A little bit of a lip bite.
I think he gets it at the top.
Oh, yeah. Come on, judges. Let's see it.
Jennifer pulling for her American record.
Come on, Jennifer.
Come on.
Come on, Jennifer. Lock it out. Hips through, hips through, hips through, hips through. Head back, hips through.
And just unfortunately can't lock it out this time. Those 3 yellow lights for that failure to complete the lift.
I mean, it was a big jump from her opener to the 213.
Yeah, it was that 23 kilo jump, kilograms. I believe.
Bold move, tough work.
I love the intensity of Sean's walkout here. He really looks like he is determined to just make that bar move.
250 keys, 551 pounds.
Come on, lock it out.
No, just kind of gets stuck at that knees in the middle there.
He's got his face in his hands, but he doesn't need to panic. He's still got his opener. He'll still get total. I mean, I know it's disappointing missing a lift, but, you know, things could be worse, right? Up next on platform 3, Hassan Coleman. 255 kilograms, 567 pounds for his second attempt after crushing 235 kilograms. Mind you, that's a 44-pound jump. And Bailey O'Sullivan on platform 4 opening raw with 100 kilograms.
Hassan has been having a good day. I believe he has made all 7 lifts thus far, trying a 255, a 20-kilo jump.
Come on, Hassan. Oh, yeah.
Strong pull through the top. You can kind of see on his sock there, it looks like maybe he's kind of bleeding through the sock a little bit, but he keeps fighting anyways.
Wow, and our first 600 deadlift of the day, Michael Payer with a second attempt of 272.5 kilograms, 600 pounds.
Yeah, and platform 4 has started our first attempts for our final flight, which is all of our women's equipped 65 lifters yet.
On platform 2, EJ Gege giving every spotter and loader a fist bump before he hits that bar.
Yeah, get yourself ready.
A lot of good luck there. Come on, Michael. Show us what you made of, buddy. You didn't call 6 bills for nothing, right?
No, he did not.
He made that move so fast.
Oh, unfortunately, 2-1, no lift. 1 red and 1 yellow, so I wonder if they thought that maybe he wasn't leaned back all the way at the lockout. We can't really see that angle from our positioning here at that front view, but that side judge gave him that yellow maybe for that incomplete lockout.
Fascinating. And up next on platform 3.
I kind of thought maybe it should have been a good lift.
I would agree. But maybe they saw something we didn't. It could have been anything from soft knees, soft shoulders.
And like we said, credit to the judges because they are national and international level referees, and they really know what they're doing, and they've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of lifts, and have judged and evaluated them all fairly just for their love of the sport, really.
And they have to be mentally sharp the entire day. It's tough.
Oh, we talked about how the spotters do 3 sessions a day, and the judges can do that too.
Michael Slavic made that look so easy. That was 6'11" for him. I'm on the 3rd attempts now for platform 3. Platform 2 is on openers for their second flight, and platform 1 is on second attempts. Can I just take a moment to appreciate Adam Brockman's hair? You got to see the dye job. Amazing.
Oh, yeah,
amazing.
When he puts that down. It's like tie-dye vibe going on.
He said, that's 2. I got 2 attempts. What now? Love it.
Strong 3rd pull for Nicholas on platform 3. That was exceptional. That may have been his best deadlift of the day, so for that to be his 3rd lift is quite impressive.
Platform 3 now, Ian McGarry with a final attempt of 227.5 kilograms. Small jumps for his deadlifts for the day. A 5 kilogram jump and a 2.5 kilogram jump. Looking to chip that 500-pound barrier. Terry's Brown opening with 200 kilograms on platform number 2. And Tyler Chang looking to pull his final deadlift of 210 kilograms on platform 1. Ian's pulling it up. He's pulling fast. He locked it out. Got that down command, judges say.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Ian looks like he kind of holds onto that bar on that area of the bar where there's no knurling. So that's an interesting tactic because I know sometimes that part of the bar can be slippery or a little hard to hold on to.
He's just a bold individual. That's crazy.
Maybe lifting with a little bit of little bit extra chalk on the hands just to help hold that in place.
Exactly.
We got a Friends University lifter here on platform 3 in the form of Brendan Rivera trying to re-pull that 230 he missed last time.
Come on, Brendan. Oh, he's up. He got that lockout. That looked a lot
solid.
better. Oh, yeah.
Well-deserved good lift. And a fast lift for Janelle as well on platform 4. Solid opener for her.
Another friend from Friends University, Gilbert Perez, opening with 200 kilograms on platform 2. Made that look like child's play. But his feet lifted, they give him a good lift. If your feet go off the ground before the bar touches the floor, that's when it's marked bad. But if you jump back, I'm pretty sure is
Yeah, you
the
can
rule.
slide your feet in on the down after you receive the down command, just to avoid dropping it on your feet. But you have to be careful because you aren't allowed to have the foot movement during the lift. It has to be after that down command is given.
Exactly.
Clean opener for Sydney on 4.
Nico Pinello looking to pull his final deadlift on platform 1, 220 kilograms, 485 pounds. Had a little bit of slack pulled. He's waiting for it. Need to go out. Just wasn't there today. Joseph Mihalik on his final attempt. 222.5 kilograms on platform number 1.
All right, and on platform 2, we are going to have Chase step up to the bar, and he is attempting a 235.
Get to the chopper, Chase. Let's go. Get to the chopper. If I didn't make that joke at least one time during this live stream, come on. It's on a silver platter.
You'd think we've been here for 2 hours. You could have pulled out more than one.
This is true. But he did move that kind of easy. Let's see what the
Yeah.
judges say.
Oh, unfortunately, 2-1 no lift.
They call him for downward motion, the blue card.
Yep. He should be able to come out and fix that issue on his next lift, though.
Absolutely. On platform 3, Sky Wu looking to pull 232.5 on his final attempt. Come on, scrap it. Sassy bell flick and a good lift for Sky.
Yeah.
Jonathan Judo looking to take the same weight.
Got the neon tie-dye socks on platform 4 from Janelle. Showing off some of that flair.
And Jonathan Judo from CU Boulder. He's locked in. Oh, it's fast off the floor. Easy lockout. You're right, sparkly belt adds 10 kilos.
Yeah, I told you.
I never doubt it. I'm just saying I might now need to go get one.
I
or
speak from
bedazzle my
experience.
speed. You have the sparkly
Working
belt?
with the sparkle belts, yes.
All right. Well, there we go. Daniela Valdez is looking to open with 180 kilograms on platform number 4. And Landon Longoria on platform 3 from Midland. His final deadlift of 235 kilograms. He's had an amazing day so far. Only missing one bench attempt as his only lift missed all day. Oh, he's got determination. He's got it. Come on now. What are you saying, judges? 3 white lights. He walked off. He knew he got it. Now on platform number 1, Alex Chang from Penn is looking to break that 500-pound barrier with 227.5 kilograms. Real patient with his setup all day. And having a really good one at that. He's only missed one squat. And his deadlift today, no go. Philip Lay with 235 kilograms from UAB. He pulled that fast and smooth. 3 white lights, he knew it. I think that might be one of my favorite things is when a lifter walks off without looking at the board because they know they got the lift. They're just that confident. On platform 2, Dax Davis from Concordia is having a struggle getting 195 off the floor. And Justin Gonzalez on platform 1, 230 was just a little too heavy today.
Ooh, David Peterson falling back after missing 237.5 kilograms. Good save by our spotters and loaders, making sure he's not getting hurt after passing out.
Jackson Van Overloop on 3 from Davenport, trying to pull a strong 242.5.
He's had a good day today too.
And these are the final attempts on platform 3. We do have athletes pulling for these top finishes.
Oh my God, I think he got it. 2-1, that's a good lift.
Ari Whittam right now is sitting in 3rd place and is trying to remain in 3rd place with his next deadlift and back up actually a 3rd place qualifying total that he had coming in. He came in with a 602.5 qualifying total, and his projected total is 615, so that could potentially be adding 12.5 kilos onto his total from his qualifying.
He got that up.
Yeah, definitely. That was a good lift.
Oh man, come on.
The judges make him wait, but they award him 3 white lights. Worth the suspense.
And that's always a good feeling when you can break the total you know,
Nice little
with.
135 for Tansy on platform 4. Just deadlifting just 2.5 kilos more than she benched.
Sean Patoda looking to redeem himself on platform number 3 after missing 250 kilograms on his 2nd attempt. Come on, Sean. Show us what you're made of, buddy. From UMass Lowell. So patient. It's off the floor.
Unfortunately, it's no lift there.
Hard to get that over the knees there. On platform number 1, Ian Moggan, from Utah State. Final attempt, 250 kilograms. His 2nd attempt moved super fast, and his opener faster than that. I'm very excited to see what number he puts up here.
Pull on 3.
Come on.
Oh, he had it up and he dropped it.
I'm heartbroken.
Oh, heartbreak for him and for us. We want to see him make those lifts. Wyatt on platform 2, looking to pull a 210. Easy 210 for Wyatt. Wyatt might be looking to take a big pull for his 3rd lift here because that looks snappy.
And we're our final 3 deadlifts on platform number 3. Hassan Coleman looking to pull 267.5.
Yeah, on the board behind Hassan, that would have moved him from 2nd to 1st, but unfortunately doesn't matter. He will remain in 2nd because that was a no lift.
And these are the suspenseful moments that we live for here at Collegiate Nationals. Michael Payere looking to pull 277.5 kilograms after just missing the 272.5 mark. Here's some strong college kids we have here, guys, here at CNATS.
The strongest.
Literally. On platform 2, Ray Cedino looking to pull his 2nd at 210 kilograms. But all eyes right now are on Michael.
Yeah, and platform 1 has finished lifting for the day.
He would go from 14th to 7th if he could pull that up. But it's all right.
2-1, good lift for Madison.
And our final deadlift on platform number 3, Michael Slubich going with a 295 kilogram deadlift. He's got first whether he gets this or not. However, this means something to him. You can tell he's walking, pacing back and forth. He's pumping his arms. He's screaming at the bar. This crowd is getting loud here for Texas A&M's very own Michael Slavich. I'm pretty sure I even see another spotter from another platform watching over to see if this guy pulls his weight. Come on now, Michael. Oh, he moved that so easy.
Fast.
Why didn't he go 300 kilos?
And
oh, my goodness.
He pauses at the top and looks around in celebration.
Oh, my goodness.
Now he's just showing off.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so that finishes him in first place for the day. National champion Michael Slavich has a nice ring to it.
Oh, yeah. And that'll conclude Platform 3's lifting. Platform 4 has some exciting final deadlifts, second and then final deadlifts up on the horizon here.
We are also on second deadlift, still on platform 2.
On platform 4, Geraldine Tafola, looking to pull 157.5 kilograms. Oh, she moved that so easily. She's laughing about it. She said that was too easy. Up next, Danielle McIntyre with 160 kilograms for her next attempt after smoking 152.5. And I don't say that jokingly. It was debatably a like second to last, third last warm up. Were these the fancy tie-dye socks you're talking about earlier?
Yes, that's the
Oh,
neon
my
ones.
goodness. Sheesh.
Yeah, strong pull there for her as well. That is a good lift for sure. Followed by Reagan Behrens, 170. We have just the 3 lifters left in this flight for platform 4 and 2 lifters left for platform 2. So these flights will be right on the heels of each other.
Yeah, on platform 2, we have Sean Murray pulling 220 kilograms for his second attempt.
And you kind of noted this earlier, but Reagan is lifting in the equipped category, but lifting raw in that equipped category, it seems.
Well, it could be, too, that she might have, like, other teammates in this equipped category. And I know that at equipped nationals and stuff like that, sometimes people that, you know, don't lift in equipment will come lift to give some of us equipped lifters a little bit longer of a break, especially in between our events, because it can be taxing. But she did squat in a suit earlier.
Okay. And we can hear the Midland kids cheering for Chase as he goes up to a 235 on platform 2. They're chanting his last name over and over again for him, trying to hype him up for that big deadlift at the end. He did miss that first attempt, so hopefully he can get the second.
Come on, Choppa, time to smoke it, buddy.
185 as well for Daniela, loaded on platform 4. This is over 400 kilograms.
She hammered that.
Nice.
Come on.
So strong.
That spotter over there was yawning because he said she's going to put some weight on the bar.
And Chase Chapa did get a good lift on platform 2. This is our Lauren is our last lifter of the flight before we move to our third and final deadlifts for platform 4.
Wow.
192.5, almost 425 pounds.
She was quick to grab that bar. Patience off the floor is amazing. Wow. Easy lockout.
Yeah, the pace of that bar was consistent the whole time. It just kept going up and never slowed down.
Smooth is fast in this game most of the time, you know. Alrighty.
On platform 1, unfortunately, a no lift for Dax. But that 195 that he tried again after missing it for his second.
Now we have Joseph Hernandez up next for platform 2. 200 kilograms, 441 pounds. You can hear Joe's teammates out there yelling, "Get somebody, here we go." Can I just say, this playlist that has been out here all day has been amazing.
Yeah, I said it earlier. Whoever's the DJ this year is doing better than last year.
I was dancing out there earlier. It was too amazing. Bailey O'Sullivan
Easy
makes
third attempt for Bailey.
fast work.
Why was that a third attempt? That could have been an opener.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. Maybe she was just tired and didn't know. But all of her attempts moved like that. It's going to be a no lift for our last lift on platform 2. But now that bar is out for Gabe Arroyo with 205 kilograms, 451 pounds. Getting all the good luck from the spotters and loaders, getting all the fist bumps. Here we go.
Gabe trying to lift a 205. Trying to pull potentially for a top 5 finish after everybody else has lifted. Currently in third.
And Tansy Verdone is pulling raw for her final deadlift at 147.5. Gabe made easy work of that.
Yeah, gets a solid 3 white lights for Gabe. Being followed by Juan with also a 205. And Issa coming out real quick on platform 4, looking confident.
Juan's had a good day in the deadlift so far. 2 for 2 right now. This would put him from 5th to 4th. No, wait, I lied. Sorry. Read the next one. 27th to 26th. Issa made that easy.
Oh, unfortunately,
Juan
a
scrapping.
no lift.
It's a no lift for Juan.
Downward motion. Common call today. Hopefully maybe some coaches can talk to some lifters about that tomorrow and see if we can straighten that out and hopefully get a couple less of those tomorrow after they've just seen how the judges have been judging today.
Especially when they lock it out and then they lean forward a little bit. That's the main issue.
Yeah.
She's pulling it too fast.
Oh, unfortunately, no lift for Lachlan on 2. He almost had it, and then he kind of moved his foot and lost his balance and then just had to drop that bar.
Faith Jordan killed 150 kilograms her final attempt. And up next, Midland's very own Sebastian Garza with a 212.5 kilogram pull.
Sebastian is trying to stay in second place. I don't believe anybody is attempting to pass him, so he will likely get second, even if he misses this lift, but he still wants the lift for the dots points and for just his pride.
Amazing work from him.
And he gets to walk out of here with a nice third attempt deadlift made for a good lift.
And he'll secure 9 points for his team from Midland, extending that men's raw team category, or for score, I mean. Up next, from Friends University, Gilbert Perez on platform 2, looking to redeem himself after missing 212.5 for his second.
Janelle, first of 2 lifters that are going to try a 160 for their third attempt on platform 4.
You can hear the drums rolling.
She steps up to that bar.
What does
Gets
that
her
sign
feet
say?
in position.
For you, I'll.
Yell. Let's
All
go,
right.
Janelle.
All right.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to read in that teal there, but.
It's all good. Come on. Come on. Lock it out.
Oh, unfortunately, didn't quite lock it out at the top. Hopefully our next attempt at 160 from Madison will be a little bit better.
She's had a good day so far today, too. Going 2 for 2 in her deads. Let's see.
Yeah, and on platform
And
2,
3
we've
for 3
got
in her
some
squat.
interesting pulling going on right now. Sean is going to try and pull 220, and then we've got a couple kids that could potentially try and up those third deadlifts a little bit to pull into that medal position.
Sean Murray just missed his 220 attempt to go from 4th to 3rd. But now we have Wyatt Hosick looking to pull 220 kilograms to move himself from 7th to 4th to gain some more points for his school. Madison Anton just missed 160 kilograms, unfortunately.
And a good lift for Wyatt. He moves into that medal position.
Amazing work. Ramses Ramirez looking to pull 222.5 kilograms to move from 12th to 11th.
And so with Wyatt moving into that 4th place, if that stands, which it should, and he gets that medal, he'd have to get knocked down 2 spots to get knocked off that podium. That means that Concordia has a medal in every session today, with the 1st place from Riley Ladd, a 3rd place from Taylor Hedke, and potentially a 4th place from Wyatt Hosick.
That is what we love to hear. And has
3rd year
Concordia
as a program, and they're securing 3 medals at nationals on day 1.
There we go. That's a bold statement from any school. But to only have a program for 3 years is amazing, and doing this well in Nats. Sydney Dose, 162.5 kilograms. Moves him from 4th to 3rd.
And she locks it out. I think there's a little bit of that hitch movement at the top. Yeah, and they call her for it. Unfortunately, no lift for her.
It's okay. She'll secure 6th place as our next lifter, Geraldine Tafola, is going to look to pull from 4th to 3rd with a 165 kilogram pull. Come on, this is for a podium spot.
Yeah. I'm going to pull from that 4th to 3rd, trying to get that All-American status. She sets up for it.
Come on.
Braces.
Go, 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 go. Oh, my gosh.
Yes! Easy lockout and
What is
everything.
this?
That flew.
Oh,
Yes,
my
3
God.
white lights for her, and she will move into 3rd at least for now. We will have a lifter
Wow.
attempting to take over that spot potentially later, but we'll see. Sorry, I stand corrected. She moves into 2nd.
Amazing. On platform 2, Joseph Macalfini is looking to pull 227.5 kilograms to go from 11th to 10th. Slow at the lockout, but finish it, Joe. Finish it, finish it, finish it. He got it.
He did.
Let's see what these judges say.
They
Three
say
whites.
3 white lights. Danielle, 165. 4 lifters remain on platform 4. 3 on platform 2. She's fighting at the top. Come on,
Come on, lock it out, lock it
pull
out.
through.
Power of the socks, power of the socks, power of the socks.
Right there, she locks it out.
She got the down command. Oh, but it's just a hair too late.
Yeah, I think she maybe went down just a little bit early on that down command. I think something the lifters have to keep in mind of is if the judge is undecided, if they think it's close and that lifter makes the face indicating that they know they didn't get the lift, they can kind of convince the judge, oh, they didn't get the lift. They don't think they got it, so they didn't get it. But I think if they kind of can smile and convince the judges a little bit, maybe get some cheers from their teammates. The judges can sometimes be swayed.
Exactly. And that's one of those skills that I think you really learn, especially as you compete more and more.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, what
so
little
Reagan
things.
pulling a 180. Pull.
Lock it out, lock it out.
Oh, yeah. That should be a good lift, too.
She said power the Jaguar with that singlet. Oh,
3 white lights
yeah.
and the hop of the celebration. The coach high five. I think she just hit her coach in the face.
It's okay, they're tough. Coaches are tough.
Yeah, he'll make it.
All coaches are tough.
They got to be prepared to take a little beating.
Exactly. I remember clips of like Westside Barbell
EJ,
where
platform
Louis
2,
Simmons gets
trying to
thrown.
pull a 232 and a half. Trying to pull from 19th to 11th. Kind of the definition of
big
a
jump.
deadlift specialist here.
That's a big jump.
Oh,
But it's just glued to the
unfortunately
floor.
not there.
Well, Daniela Valdez is looking to maintain her first place spot with this 190 kilogram pull.
And while she tries to maintain that first place spot with this 190 pull, everybody direct your attention to platform 2, where it looks like Chase Chapa is going to lift 263. A 28 kilogram jump, trying to nab that American record.
They're getting that bar clean for him.
And Midland, I know, is going to get loud here when they announce him.
They're getting that crew hyped. Come on, chop it up, Choppa.
263.
And on platform 4, Laurel Pimentel is looking to pull from 4th to 3rd. Come on, Choppa.
This is the current American record for the men's 60 raw is 253. He's jumped it by 10 kilos.
Oh my God. Come on. Come on.
Come
lock
on.
it, lock it,
Pull.
lock it, lock it, lock it, lock it.
Oh, no, unfortunately. Maybe you should have just jumped it a little bit less and tried to take an easier pull at it, but it was a valiant effort, and he still will
amazing
finish the
work.
day as Chase Chapa national champion.
And Lauren will be unsuccessful in her quest from going from 4th to 3rd. But that will conclude our collegiate nationals lifting.
For day one.
For day one,
one
yeah.
of 4. Don't worry. If you want to see more lifting, we have 3 more amazing days full of awesomely talented, strong, powerful lifters waiting for you in tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday's lifting. And as you watch these lifters today and became connected emotionally to them and their teams, these teams are continuing to compete with lifters in those different weight classes for their final team placements after all the days are done. Those team awards will be given out as determined after the final session is completed on Sunday. Thank you for tuning in. We have enjoyed commentating for you today. Have a lovely rest of your night, and we appreciate you supporting USA Powerlifting and our collegiate lifters.
Absolutely, guys. Have a good night. Get
Bye.
home safe. Bye.